Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome back to Pyanodons. Let's see. Where did we leave off yesterday? Circuit condition for fish. I have vague recollections of what that means. So what did we actually do on Tuesday? This is the question that I always have to ask myself, because I don't remember what I did. Alright, centralized sulfuric acid. We started bootstrapping Yotoi, nylon. This thing that says naphtha void, question mark, which I think I do have in the form now of just turning naphtha into tall oil. And then I think we also did molybdenum, which just didn't make it onto the to-do list. I'm not sure where that processing is. Is that down here? Yeah, this looks like some sort of metals processing. And it looks like we're backed up already. And we're backed up on not having nitrogen. Okay. So nitrogen was filtration media that were broken. That's also why I wanted to do something with fish. That I remember now. Yeah, ooh, and these don't have pure sand. Ooh. I mean, we should be able to, as long as glass is not running like absolutely full tilt, there should be spare pure sand. But glass might be running absolutely full tilt. Wow. Do I need even more pure sand? That would be unfortunate, but entirely possible. So yeah, filtration media are still a little iffy. And those are necessary for some of how I'm making nitrogen. Yeah, because we have this nitrogen contaminant. I think I might have unlocked some better ways to make nitrogen now, so maybe we should look into that first. Don't remember... Oops. Sorry. I always miss the control F. There we go. Nitrogen. Okay. So... Ooh, methanol and wastewater. That's an interesting one. Liquid nitrogen. Human. So this is like the basic nitrogen recipe, which is the fractional distillation. And then we take the nitrogen contaminant and we run that with filtration media. Oh, that's a void. Yeah, run it with filtration media to get a bunch of nitrogen. If we do it without filtration media, okay, so I think I'm already using the better recipe. If we do it without filtration media, we can turn it right back into pressurized air and then get more nitrogen from that, but we also get oxygen in that case, and I'm making, I think, plenty of oxygen around the base. So I'm not sure if there's much that I can do other than wait for filtration media to be fixed, because that's what nitrogen needs. Because if I do the loop of nitrogen contaminant back to pressurized air, we end up with a lot more oxygen on the output of this thing. And that concerns me. I think we've got more than, like I said, I think we've got more than enough oxygen around the base, and I don't really want to add more oxygen production. All right. So I think we just got to keep an eye on filtration media. Like, we're making plenty of it. It just, yeah, it needs the right deliveries at the right time, and pure sand with the demand that we've had on glass since science has really started is also, like, a problem. But, like, it gets crafted quickly when it's actually being crafted. Yeah. Alright. Well, that's just something we're going to have to keep an eye on is filtration media over time, I think. I don't think there's anything I can do about it right now. It's good to see that the molybdenum ore is running. Yeah, I didn't realize that had actually started up and we'd gotten processing this far down at the end of last session. So that's cool. Once this starts to bring in nitrogen, we'll... I mean, I think that's the last step. It makes its own oxygen, so this won't have oxygen provided yet. And then this has hydrogen, which will give us molybdenum. So yeah, I think we just need our first delivery of nitrogen gas, and then molybdenum will be done. Alright, as far as today's recipes, or today's goals go, we can do the circuit condition for fish right away, I think. Let's wander over and get that done first, and then we can get Yotoi started. We do have a few Yotoi modules. They're expensive to make to kind of bootstrap. So I don't necessarily want to make any more of them. And then we should look at what other alien life stuff we have sitting around, because I think we have... Is this fish here? No. Is fish up here? One of these? Yeah, there's fish. I think we have another AL thing that we have researched that I haven't started bootstrapping that we're going to need for red circuits. So I want to double check that. Okay. So these are currently halted because they don't have filtration media, but what we want is that when fish are above a threshold in here, we stop making the eggs. Let's be careful. Let's do red signal wire here. Because this is going to go across where we have other signals going on the green. So rather than risking those getting mixed up, there we go. And then enable when fish is less than 5,000. All right, so that'll turn these off. Even when we get filtration media, this won't start spitting out a ton of fish eggs. And that should keep fish eggs from just wasting filtration media and fish food and other things. I might need to think about supplementing fish food, actually. Ooh. Where are my... Down here somewhere? What are my Xiophos doing? Okay, they still have a bunch of fish food. And I don't think the Zipiers use it. No. It's just the Xiophos that need it. Alright. Cool. I'm not going to worry about that too much then. It all seems fine. As long as we're getting enough fish food here, I don't really care. Alright, well, that's one thing done. Circuit condition for fish, done. Yotoi breeding facility. Let's I think I designed this already in YAFC earlier in the week. Yeah, Yotoi, not Yotoi fiber. Oh, this isn't actual Yotoi fiber anymore. It just calls itself Yotoi fiber. Okay, this is the build for Yotoi. Whatever. There we go. Soil and limestone to... it still needs soil, though, to bootstrap itself. Meh. Okay. Just do 6. It doesn't matter. Well, no. No. Let's just do 1 soil extractor of limestone worth of... Because I just noticed that that's like 5.7, and we don't care about the exact numbers that this runs at, so... Let's not bother building the extra soil extractor, so this will be what we build. We're going to have this one machine that makes the fruit, and that will spoil to seeds, and then those seeds will get fed to all of the other, these other orchards. I think that's fine. Oh, we got to make sand on site. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Alright, let's get rid of the limestone mine then. Go back to this 6. So how do we want to make... We're going to have soil. I think we do this. We start from soil, and we do this. And we do limestone back to soil to balance it all. I'm like, can we balance our like soil input and limestone input? No, not if we're going in this direction. Yeah, I would have thought that some combination of this would have balanced. We have some amount of soil that we need for sand. We need so much limestone. Oh, this is saying we don't make enough limestone. Okay, understood. Other direction. I misplaced a decimal place. I thought this was like 3/4 of a limestone. No. So yeah, that's why. So we'll still need to bring in limestone. Alternatively, turn this gravel into sand. Oh no, that's an input. Oh, ew. I'm trying to see what I can do to do, like, sand to gravel. Alright. And we have this iron oxide, this biomass. We still need more limestone. That's fine. We'll bring that in the old-fashioned way. I'm trying to avoid having to bring anything in, basically. But we end up with some of these weird outputs. Like, the biomass output is fine. The iron oxide output is fine. And I don't know what to do with crushed quartz, though. Because, like, we don't usually ship crushed quartz around, and that means using this recipe stinks. And now we still have extra sand. So we could do sand washing to pure sand. Or we could just output the sand as sand. Like, I'm pretty sure I have things that use sand. So if we do the course classification on site, that gets us the gravel that we need. And weirdly, it looks like the right numbers, too, which is funky. Didn't expect that to happen. And then we'll have a little bit of extra sand. Yeah, we just prioritize the sand that goes to these guys. That's fine. I think this will do. Get our shopping list. And then we do only have a couple of the Yo toys built so far, so it's going to be pretty slow when we start to bootstrap them. But that's okay. Doesn't have to be fast. That's why we're doing it early. Because, yeah, this one's 230 Yo toys. We don't have that many. We have maybe a couple dozen of them, if that. So they are going to be very slow to begin with. But again, we'll just leave them to run in the background for a few hours, and we'll come back to a few hundred modules. It'll be fine. Let's see, the Yo toys have been being made right here. we have 16 of the 231 that we might need. Yep, that sounds about right. Hey, Mekajid, good to see you. Alright, bots, what do we need? One more pump. Woohoo! 10,000 Pi Science 2 already. Yikes. That didn't take long. Well, I say that didn't take long. Can I see when I did the first one? Let's check milestones. Our first one was at 290 hours, so like 21 hours to make 10,000 of them. Okay. That's, that is a significant amount of time. Alright, I think we've got all the orchards that we're gonna get. How big are these, by the way? Oh, they're not awful. Okay. Let's go. Where do I have a decent amount of space? How about right here? We can come out to the... Yeah, come out to the right here. Because this doesn't need any train state. Well, no. Oh, this has 3 outputs that we care about. Okay. So it is going to be a fairly large output station. Maybe it's time to start running this track further north, and we can do it like up here. I like that plan. Let's do that. Now I need to take the time to do a little more paving. Are we gonna finish building this? There we go. So these, the Yotoys, are fully self-contained on their inputs. They just have a few like byproduct outputs that we're gonna have to deal with. Ooh. Well, I'm glad we don't actually need the full length of all of these. All right. So let's just get our stations that we need. One here, one here. Nope, not fluids. Does that look offset? That looks offset. That looks better. Clean up the signals. All right, and then yeah, this doesn't need to go all the way to the end. We can take another loop there. Cool. So that'll be the outputs for this, and then we're gonna have... Here, let's clear out all of this. This one's gonna make fruit, and it's gonna get about half the modules. Actually, it's gonna be running at like one... So each of these has 33 modules. I'm gonna be running... One of them... Oh, I'll figure it out later. I'll grab Yafsi to do the math. I don't quite feel like doing it at the moment. These are going to output... I'll just do a warehouse. Why not? And at full speed, that's still only 0.06 a second. So gray outsider is fine. And then this will take the seeds... and feed that to 6 of them that make the actual whatevers. the actual Yotoi plants. All right. So from here, what else do we need for inputs? We need limestone and sand. Okay, so that'll be another input that comes up like here and over. Okay. Then we'll do this for now because we only want to run one of them. So one of these at about half would be running this one at about 1/12, which should still be like 2. So let's run this closer to like 1/3, which would run this at 1/9, which would be like 4 or 5. Yeah, okay. I think it's not quite ratioed, but close enough for the bootstrap, I guess. Oh, we've got water that needs to come into each of these. Okay. What is next here? Water in. Grab that. Where can I put the water input? Water input. Nope. Water input. There we go. All right, so this guy needs soil, limestone, and gravel, and these ones need limestone and sand. So if we go back to YAFC and what I had going here, we've got soil is kind of the first thing that comes off. We're making soil first, and we also are making a little bit of limestone from a from a soil extractor as well. We're doing sand from soil and then coarse classification to get the gravel that we need. So let's get soil and some of the limestone going first. Yeah. Because what we're going to have is this input here eventually needs to be sand and limestone. So let's take limestone, and this will be part of soil and part of limestone as well. How do I want to do that? Because limestone also comes from the solid separator. So let's do this. So we're going to have solid separator doing sand. And this has several outputs. But one of them is going to be limestone, right? That's limestone. That limestone needs to be split because we have some that needs to come over here. And actually, the other thing that this needs is the sand out. And this is running at such a small fraction of this thing. It's still a couple of sand a second. Okay. So this one will be sand. And that'll combine with some of the limestone. There we go. And that is sand and limestone that goes up there. Done. Factorio, yeah. Good to see you, Kellen. How did the Death World work out for you last night? I kind of popped off. I was pretty exhausted after my stream. I didn't hang out. I'm actually going to do this so that we have a little bit of room for more limestone. I saw part of you trying. I think I joined right about when you were trying to kill the worm, right? Sometime around there. All right, so this can be a soil extractor for the limestone. And then we need 2 more of them for soil. I've had that happen where I'm just like not how do I want to do this? So 2 of these need to be soil. 2 of these need to be limestone. I want limestone to be split between going up here and coming over here. So I've got this splitter here, which is going to be the combination of limestone from here, as well as the limestone that comes out of this. And then soil needs to also kind of join like here. But also go to this. So if I take this, I put these guys like up here. We maybe move this whole thing up a little bit. We'll have soil coming out here. Which will split here and to here. That actually needs a couple. But then I need to get limestone in and organized with sand here. I do limestone up over the top. I don't love that. I'm trying to do this without using an underground. I could just use an underground. Make it into a short video? Yeah. That is not the worst plan. Yeah, this is... I mean, if I just use an underground, this is fine, right? I come around here. We're done. I'm sure I could figure out a way to route all this so that I don't need to do that, but whatever. Then the other output of this is the coarse fraction, which, here, I'm actually going to do this as well. Coarse fraction goes straight into a classifier for coarse classification. How big is the classifier? Bigger than I would like. If I do that, does the classifier fit in between? It does. All right. That's fine. So course classification. And then... Oh, this has a poop chute. That's actually really annoying. Usually I like it when my things have poop chutes, but here, not so much. Alright, let's grab Jaw Crusher here. So, gravel from stone. Gravel here. Along with gravel here. Comes up here. Gravel in here. Okay. So we've got soil and limestone here, gravel here. That's fine. The last output of this is the iron oxide, and that really, truly is a byproduct. I also forgot that we potentially have too much sand and need to split it. So I didn't account really for having space to do that. How do I want to do that? I'm trying too hard to make all of this very compact, is really the problem. Okay, let's just start this whole thing over from here. Solid separator, making sand from soil. It only pulls in 2.06. I mean, that's probably just one blue inserter, but I'll do two. All right. Limestone needs to be output and merged with what comes off of this machine. That is only 0.2 limestone total. I'll use a gray. So that's our limestone out. The problem is that this is going to block like all of our other outputs, so we actually kind of need to take it in a different direction. We'll deal with limestone last. The other... We're going to have sand, and we put out 1.3, so let's do sand first. Let's do sand first, because we do have to split sand. So we have sand... Priority output left. And that's the sand that we care about. That feeds the actual build. And then any sand we don't care about comes up here, where it can be disposed of. Alright, sand output. The coarse fraction... Yeah, we're just going to use an underground. We'll come right through here. Coarse fraction. That feeds this machine, which does the coarse classification. And then, just as I was trying to do before, we'll do this, this. Alright, that'll be gravel out. Jaw crusher here, doing the gravel. And that just leaves iron oxide out. Iron oxide, and this needs to be gravel. All right. So we got both of those. I'll actually send them on the same belt. Then up here. Okay. This also has a biomass out, and that's like the last one that I really need to think about. So let's go back to here. This is limestone. This is some real good spaghetti. And it's not even that compact. So this is gravel through up to here. This is limestone here. And then we'll also have limestone here. All right. Sure. And then all that's left is I have, I think, just a biomass output here that I have to bring up and over somewhere. I do like that. Filter this one to the biomass. You know what? I'll put the biomass in there. We'll take the iron oxide. It doesn't really matter which of these outputs are which. All right, well, I hate it, but it'll get the job done. Ooh, what do I need for... I need steel. All right. And this needs water. Done. All right, time to find out what all the mistakes that I just made building this are. All right, sand is rolling through. We have sand and limestone coming up here. What do you still need? You need your limestone, which you're starting to get, and you need gravel. Alright, yeah, it's going to take a little bit for all of this to turn on and start making the gravel that it needs. Beautiful. Well, I don't know about beautiful, but functional. All right, we're gonna have biomass here, sand here, iron oxide here. All of these should be marked as high priority because they're all byproducts. And then I put this one down. This one would be the output from the actual, like, plants, if I so desired. Yeah. The fruit decays in 4 minutes, so it's going to be at least 4 minutes before this is able to get seeds. And then the output of all of these is, yeah, it's a grand total of like a quarter per second. So we'll do... Not that I think I need these on rails, but it's just easier to pick them all up. And they'll be available on rails if I do end up needing them on rails. What are we missing? Oh, still one more train station. Yeah, I'll have to go grab what I need for that from the mall. But I think we can call this Yotoi. It's going to take a while to really bootstrap itself, just because I don't have that many of the plants, and each of these wants like 33 of them at full power. But it'll get it going for now. I should maybe drop off a couple of radar dishes while I'm over in this corner of the map, because it looks like we're right on the edge of the illuminated space. Cool. And one more over here. May as well do both. Oops, didn't mean to replace that one. Okay. Just, instead of trying to power this radar dish in a funky way, I'm just extending the rail network up long enough to get the power over to it. Alright, it looks like I need a bunch of signals, as well as... Here, we can get rid of that request. Just the train station over for the Yotoi, but that's also not really major. None of that is actually in use yet up there, so... I'm not going to worry about any of that, and I'm going to call this done for now. Silicon processing. Ooh, science is dead. Alright, well, I'll have to check what's going on with that. So our overall goal right now is we're pushing towards electronics 2 and red chips. That is the big push. So we got, in service of that, we've gotten a small nylon factory going. We have molybdenum processing started. I don't remember if we have everything we need for Kevlar and aramids yet. So these will be the next things that are like sort of on the to-do list. Or I guess really nitrobenzene first. Yeah, benzene, sulfuric, and... Did I already do this? This feels familiar. Maybe I just thought about it. I don't see it. Oh, nylon is benzene, ammonia, and chlorine. That's why it feels familiar. Okay. Ooh, and ammonia's low. Okay. So I might have to improve my ammonia. I'm not really... It's not ratioed with anything. I just kind of build it as I need it. So it's quite possible that ammonia is actually no longer keeping up with the base. Where do we have an ammonia happening? Ammonia happens down here from urea. These are all yellow. Does this not push ammonia onto rails? Do we only push cyanic acid from this build? Well, no wonder. That's silly. Okay. Where else do we make ammonia? We have some over here. Oh, but this is not running full speed. This would have just, like, started running again now that this urea is unpacking. Yeah, because this will do 80 ammonia a second, which is, while not a huge amount, a lot of ammonia. That's a whole belt of urea, right? And we can see that this has been mostly empty. So I think we're going to need more urea in order to get our ammonia production back up. And we're going to need more ammonia. If we go back into the science tab, where were we? Aramids. Aramids don't need it directly. They get it from the Yeah, we need nitrobenzene for the phenylene diamine. Specifically the para-phenylene diamine. And then that goes into Kevlar. As well as nylon, but that's already accounted for. Terephthalonyl chloride, nitrogen, oh boy, and yotoi, right. And this is why we started bootstrapping yotoi, is I knew that I was going to need it here. And then aramids have that terephthalonyl chloride, sodium hydroxide, titanium, aluminum, molybdenum. All right. So this is all fine once we get terephthalonyl chloride going. At whatever scale we're going to need that for. And then Kevlar itself is also not bad once we get everything else going. Organic solvent is... I need to figure out real organic solvent production. That's... I'm also looking at, like, 10 ppd... And you need 5. Okay, so this is for 10 Kevlar, but 1 Kevlar is still 50 ammonia and 40 chlorine. Ouch. How much of this did we need if I find red chips? Oh, we're making, like, only the smallest amount of Kevlar here. 0.13 a second. Okay. And I should add aramid as well. There we go. It looks like we need nitrobenzene for a couple of other things, though. I'm trying to see which of these have, like, interesting inputs so that I can kind of account for, like, how many of these things do I actually need. But this is showing, like, 4 nitrobenzene a second. Kevlar is still, like, gonna be expensive. There we go. And then the terephthalonyl chloride. Yeah, a little bit of cobalt extract, some yotoi, manure bacteria. So that's not bad. I think I built cobalt extract to a higher scale than we needed initially for our current tier of science. So I think we can get away with not expanding that immediately. But nitrobenzene, I mean, it looks like we only need one machine. One fluidized bed reactor making nitrobenzene. And then we'll want to think about terephthalonyl chloride. I think we want to centralize this one because it does seem like it's used in, I mean, just Kevlar and aramids, but it's got this Yotoi alloy that decays. Yotoi alloy, not alloy, sorry. So like doing that in one place on site is easier than spreading that out around. So we'll do a centralized TCL build. All right, it's ad break o'clock, so I'll let the ad run, and when we come back from the ad break, I guess we'll get nitrobenzene going and be thinking about other parts of Kevlar and aramids. So I'll see everyone soon. All right, thanks for sticking around through the ad break. I do appreciate it. I try to run just one ad break as infrequently as possible to disable pre-roll ads, because pre-roll ads are the worst. I know the 3-minute break is a chunk of time, but I'd rather have one big chunk so no one misses anything exciting than have ads scattered all the time, right? All right. So we were looking at getting sort of the next... I lost it. Kevlar and aramids going, getting towards semiconductors and eventually electronics too. Oh, that's already enqueued. What am I missing then on the way to electronics 2? You're enqueued. You're... This one? That one. All right. And we noticed that our ammonia production, is currently being limited by urea. And we're going to need a bunch more ammonia very quickly. So I want to see what our ammonia production options are right now. Yeah, I mean, urea. Then there's this one, which is interesting. Coke fluidization. I haven't really thought about if it makes sense to switch away from my current coke to tar and coal gas to this. This is an option. Or, of course, we can unlock Wöhler synthesis. But this needs buttloads of hydrogen and formic acid. It is... I mean, we could go into YAFC and look through, like, what a big Wöhler setup would be. I looked into it at one point. I don't know if I saved... I didn't save the tab. I mean, if our goal is ammonia... from Wöhler synthesis, we get the cyanic acid from ammonia and methane, right? Sure. We need formic acid, which we either need to be slaughtering ants for, or we need to go this route. Formamide, which does use up the same amount of CO2, and is methanol neutral. And this whole loop right now consumes coal, which is fine. It consumes sulfuric acid, which I don't love, but I do have a lot of acid gas available. And it consumes methane, which... I mean... We can be making more CO2 from a... I do have the CO2 drops, wherever they are. Here we go. And then the moondrop seeds need to be their whole loop with making moondrops as well. Not that moondrop recipe. Try again. That one. So, like, if we set this to make... remove that and just set this to, like, 1. Oh, that's only a net of 10 ammonia. Let's set that to, like, 10. Our inputs are a little bit of water, which is not a big deal. Our input is... sulfuric acid, which I think we have, and then hydrogen. And hydrogen is the one that I'm honestly, like... not really sure how to get. If we do syngas to... Oh! Okay. That's an option. That's a lot of syngas. But syngas has been a problem for me, right? Coal gas into... So maybe I set up a formamide, a formic acid plant, and maybe I set up a syngas to hydrogen and carbon dioxide plant, because hydrogen is already on rails, CO2 is already on rails, and then, like, this would be supplemental CO2. I already have, like, a supplemental CO2 on the base, on rails, somewhere. Yeah, here we go. These guys. Which I might need to expand, actually. I might need to switch these guys to Moondrop 2s, or to a better recipe. I don't know if there is a better recipe. It might just be upgrading them to Moondrop 2s. But, like, I do have this supplemental CO2 on the base, and I can expand this as needed. So, if we do this, hydrogen from syngas and... Yeah, hydrogen from syngas to make sure that we have plenty of hydrogen and CO2 available. And then... Yeah, we'll get rid of that as an input. Let's unlink CO2 and unlink hydrogen. There we go. And then, yeah, that'll be a different thing. The methane to make cyanic acid, I have a dedicated cyanic acid plant, so we just expand that as needed. So cyanic acid is taken care of. So that really just leaves the... Formamide is taken care of, right? We have a formamide plant. We might need to expand it, but we have it. So yeah, it's really just the syngas plant, the formic acid plant, and then Wöhler synthesis. I don't hate this. My concern is that is a lot of syngas, like, to make this much hydrogen. Oh, and of course I lost that we're making hydrogen other ways. The cyanic acid that makes some. Yes. But, like, this brings in 170 syngas, and if we're doing that from coal gas, that is... And yes, almost all of our coal gas does go to syngas right now, but I'm just like, I'm looking at this number like, you know, coal gas from coke is a lot. It's just a lot. And I'm not sure that we're actually making enough syngas for this. At least not for this scale, right? But, like, we don't. We could start with a smaller scale, and suddenly I think we actually are making that much syngas. So, and the cool part, sorry, let's flip back to this one more time, is that this is really just a bunch of DDCs, right? It's one DDC making hydrogen from syngas. It's one DDC for formic acid, and it's, you know, half a dozen for the Wöhler synthesis. All right, yeah, I think I'm going to take the Wöhler turd. We're going to do it. I mean, I also could, to be clear, expand my urea production, and I probably should. Yeah, I mean, this is not like it's going through manure quickly. So, this'll... What are these? What kind of building are these? Bioreactors? Maybe we should do this part first, is get these bioreactors up to full capacity. So that's 6 bioreactors, and then... Here. As always, I mistook Control F. So yeah, we'll grab those half dozen bioreactors and we'll drop those off just so that that build can run faster. But also we will do, for the Wöhler, destructive distillation column, we'll grab like 8 of those. All right, and the bots should have all of these things pretty much right here. There's our 8 DDCs, 6 bioreactors coming up. Maybe. Are they coming from somewhere else? Yeah, here they are. Of course, they need to stop and charge. All right, there we go. So, the ammonia is right over here. All right, let's drop off, again, we'll drop off those bioreactors first just to get that ammonia up and running more. And then we will go ahead with getting Wöhler synthesis. Oh, I need to grab the turd for Wöhler. It is next right. Or left turn, I guess. Right on my screen, left for the character. Alright. Because, yeah, each of these will pull... Yeah, 4 of these is only still, like, 5 manure. Like a third of a belt. So, that's fine. It does mean less of it goes to rich clay, which could be a problem, because we're relying on some amount of our rich clay for other purposes, but... Alright, and then that spits out 3.75, 7.5, yeah, 15 a second. Does look like this isn't quite fully merging into 15 a second. I'm worried things are gonna back up. Yeah, they're kind of backing up. Okay, let me redo these belts then. That's fine. Okay, that should work a little bit better at fully saturating a whole belt consistently. We're not relying on the swing timing of the inserters as much, and the splitter has the opportunity to do what it needs to do. Okay, cool. So that should more easily be able to run our ammonia from urea, but I do still want to set up the Wöhler stuff that we were just looking at. And then once we have the more reliable ammonia, we can go back to nitrobenzene and try to make Kevlar happen. I am also a little bit concerned about our syngas, so we may end up needing to look for other options with syngas. You know, I mean, maybe with this recipe, I can turn literally any burnable into syngas, right? Because they all output flue gas now. Cellulose, water, and oxygen directly to syngas is not bad, especially since I can do oxygen, water electrolysis, right? Which also gives us hydrogen. And we're running the syngas to get hydrogen. So that is an option as well. The trick with all of this is just balancing it correctly in the rail base, right? Making sure that when I set up, like, this syngas to hydrogen source, does hydrogen that's a byproduct do the right... Hydrogen that is a byproduct of other production sources needs to still be a higher priority than this hydrogen, which it should be. I don't think I have to do anything weird here. As far as this syngas to... what is... Oh. Well, nope. We're not doing that. That rock is in the way. We could probably go the other direction, though. Alright, let's try this again, going this way. So the two things that we need to build before we do the actual Wöhler build are the hydrogen from syngas. So that's 3 stations. And I wanted to also do the formic from formamide and sulfuric acid. Alright, and that's just 2 stations. So I think what we'll do is we'll do those both here, right next to each other. Because they're both small builds and relatively low volume, at least for now. So first, for the hydrogen, we are going to have a drop-off for syngas. Oh, I didn't get what I needed for train stops. Shoot. Let's do that right now before I forget. Minor things. I really should make train stops be built automatically. You know what? Let's do that right now while I'm thinking about it. There we go. And then I can actually just request them. Say I always want 10 of those, right? And then same goes for these guys. And for these guys. And apparently we also need to be making constant combinators. There we go. And everything says there's no circuits available, and that worries me. Yeah, there's no circuits again. Tin. How is tin broken again? There's no steam in any of this. Okay, this should be basically impossible. Come on, game. What are you doing to me? Did this break up here? Yes. Whoa! Yeah, this broke. We're backed up on silver? So we pull silver off somewhere. I'm trying to remember. And I just lost the route. Yeah, here we go. Through here, silver plate. Okay. I mean, good to know we have plenty of silver. I would like very much to figure out how to route that onto rails, actually, because we will need silver for other things in the future. But for now, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna pick this up. Gonna take a bigger warehouse. And then from here, how do I best want to get that onto rails? Where are these disabled by control behavior? What did I do with this? Oh, just keeps this under 2,000 for some reason. I'm not sure why I did that. Why did I do that control? Oh, because I was trying to let a train empty, I think. I don't think I need that control anymore. Let's just let these fully buffer to here. And that should drain this one. Oh, wait. No. I do want that control still. I remember now. Because I wanted to be able to potentially add other requests to this. Yeah. I remember now. And then over here we have... Oh, we have a couple of stations that we're not doing anything with over here. So I can route that silver up to here and make it available on rails. Okay. Let's do that. Because this is left over from... I don't remember what. Old niobium, I want to say, maybe? But regardless, we can take silver and get it routed up here. It'll be a little bit spaghetti, but, like, whatever. It's far from the worst spaghetti we've got going on in the space. Ooh. As always, whenever I think I know what I want to do, something else breaks and we have to fix it, but that's okay. Alright, that should be silver. And it's going to take a little while for all these silver plates to make their way through. So cool, I guess, that we have that much silver coming through. I didn't realize that we were making that much of it. Good, and yeah, I see iron plates coming. Yeah, we're no longer backed up on it. We don't actually make that much silver. Just, I've apparently ignored this for long enough that it became an issue. Alright. And yeah, all of these should now be running again, which means this should all be running again. It's going to take a little while for this all to, like, flush out its ash, but it should at least be making steam now. And does that mean that this tin has turned on? I mean, not yet, but it'll get there. It'll take a second for, yeah. These all think they need to turn on for some reason. I don't know why I still have these, but I do. And then, yeah, Steam's running through here now. Cool. I should just get rid of these. We've got this now that overflows, so that if we do have too much steam, we just void it. So I don't think anything can lock up, and those steam engines are doing pretty much nothing. So let's go ahead and pull those steam engines out while I'm thinking about it. We don't need this steam battery anymore. All of this is just, like, the most legacy of legacy infrastructure. Cool. And then, yeah, if this does ever back up, because this only feeds a couple of things, this steam feeds, like, it feeds this tin, which obviously broke again. And I think it feeds, like, does acetylene use steam? I don't remember. It feeds something else like that. Some legacy bit of... No, there's no steam here. Oh, this. It feeds this reprocessing of fluorospollenin, which I don't know why I have, to be honest. Everywhere in the rail base, I've just completely given up on flora reprocessing, and I just let it fully decay to biomass, and I turn the biomass to ash because I never have enough ash. Okay, so we have some train stops now. Let's head back up to where we were, and we were working on syngas to hydrogen and CO2. Not here. All right, so this will be syngas in. And that feeds into just one DDC, actually. Oh, whoops. I didn't get rid of these bioreactors from my requests after we were done with them. This makes hydrogen from syngas. All right. As always, DDCs are the worst. I'm going to put 2 down just because I kind of want to have an idea of what the pattern for them looks like. If that makes sense, even though we don't, like, need 2 of them. 1 is plenty. There we go. And then we'll have the syngas in. Actually, you know what? We can do, instead of hydrogen out the front, let's do... See, I'm already changing my mind. We'll do CO2 here. Hydrogen here. And if we bring these all down a little bit, there's room to do... Actually, I can just do syngas right at the top. Do I like that? I mean, it fits, so yes, I like it. All right, all this goes right here. And then if I want to expand this in either direction, I have a little bit of space that I can do that. And then we'll get the stations for our 2 pickups. And one of these will be the CO2, and one will be the hydrogen. Or not hydrogen. Yes, hydrogen. Sorry. I was like, I got it wrong. I said the wrong thing. But no, I said the right thing. All right. That is... So I'm going to say hydrogen is like the main product of this, and CO2 is a byproduct. I think is how I'm going to do this. That way things that use CO2 will prefer to pull it from here before they pull it from the moon drop, the CO2 drops. And I think that should keep this from backing up. This will always be able to make hydrogen. And that's really what I care about, right? Because CO2 is free. We can get CO2 from a million things. It's the hydrogen that I really want. All right. So that is hydrogen and CO2 from syngas. And then the other thing we needed was formamide and sulfuric acid into formic acid. Sorry, I think my mic is picking up a little bit of background noise, but there's not much I can do about it right now. Oh yeah, that's picking up very well. It's the there's construction happening right above me, so sorry about that. Okay. What am I doing next? Formamide. Right. Formic. Yeah. So this is going to be a fluid drop-off. Do I want to do it? No, I can't do it here. Look at that. There's a rock in the way. Okay. So we'll do this right here. And this needs to be reconfigured for 2 inputs, because this needs to bring in formamide and sulfuric acid. And I am absolutely worried about how much sulfuric acid this is going to take, but we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Okay. No, let's do the pumps first. Filter, formamide, and sulfuric acid. And then our inputs are the same. Formamide and the sulfuric acid. Cool. And then what does the DDC for this look like? Probably something terrible. Formic acid from those 2 things. Can I get them in on the same side? Of course not. That would be reasonable. I think this is going to have to be it, unfortunately. So we'll have formamide like this. And then sulfuric comes down like that. Sure. And then water, similarly, will be like down to, I don't know, here. Sure. And then we've got an output here. Power. Fluid pickup station. There's no need for any weird priorities on this one. There's nothing funky about its inputs or its outputs. Ooh, something already wants hydrogen. I'm glad I built plenty of capacity here, but that does kind of sketch me out. Because I'm pretty sure everywhere else we're making hydrogen, it's as a byproduct. So if something is pulling from this, that already means that we don't have enough hydrogen in the base. So, like, on the one hand, glad I did this. But on the other hand, are we actually going to have the hydrogen that we need that I built this for? All right, there's sulfuric acid. How is our formamide build doing? Output full. Great sign. All right, we have plenty. Oh, and I can expand this if I need to. This is using CO2 drops right now. This is only 1 fluidized bed reactor. Yeah, we can do a lot with this to make this a lot more capable, and we have plenty of space here to do it. So if we need more formamide, I'm not even worried about it. I guess the question is, how do I want to prioritize? I guess I want to use formic from Vrox before this? Or do we want to use this formic before the formic from Vrox? That is the question. Because if we prefer this format, the Vrock formic has a lot more byproducts, right? In the form of all of the... Hey, molybdenum plates. In the form of all of the, like, guts and meat and chitin and everything else that Vrocks make. But This formac is a little more expensive in terms of its inputs. You know, specifically it uses a little bit of coal, a little bit of methane, a little bit of sulfuric. So I'm not really sure which one to prioritize. For now, I'm going to leave them both at normal priority, but I can down prioritize the other one if it's needed, right? All right, so we've got formic, we've got hydrogen. We're already making cyanic acid in fairly large quantities, I think. Like 80 a second. So yeah, let's go ahead and do the last piece of this puzzle and get the actual Wöhler synthesis build set up. Which way do I want to go? Do I want to go right or left? It doesn't really matter. Oh, nope. Another... All of these big rocks are just really awful. They ruin my day. They're ruining my life. Alright, I can do this here. And... I'm going to forget this rock is here, and I'm going to see this, and I'm going to be like, what is this awful zigzag? What did I do, and why did I do it? That's okay. One of those, and another one here. How is that on the side of... There's another... big rock somewhere. Oh, that's a bitumen seep. Oh, and that's fine. That's out of the way enough. Cool. Let's clear some of this out of the way. Oh, also, total aside, I had someone correct my pronunciation of bitumen, but no one ever corrected me on chitin. I've been saying that wrong for 66 episodes or something like that. 300 hours. I had to learn that I was pronouncing that one wrong myself. Where are my pedants? Why aren't you helping me? Okay, so our drop-off for the Wöhler synthesis is going to be cyanic, hydrogen, and formic. Right. And we're going to have to go back to base and get more train stops. Speaking of train stops, have circuits turned back on? Yes. All right. Circuits have resumed. I probably need to think about moving circuits onto rails. I hate to do it. It feels silly. Mostly, I'm kind of waiting until I get better battery tech. But battery 2s are still quite a ways away. Like, I'm looking at a recipe like this. or this one, compared to this, right? But it's not the highest priority in the world, so I'm not going to worry about it just yet. As long as we can keep the circuit build running, and, well, that's proved to be a challenge. All right, and this is going to make... There it is. All right. How do I want to do this? As always... Ooh, actually, this one might be bearable. Because if we do these like this, they do tile. They actually tile. So if we kind of alternate... Whoops. We do like this. And we do like this. And then we can take... Actually, we don't need to take that one out that side. We can do... Do the ammonia out like that? Or do I want to do the ammonia out here? Maybe I was right to say ammonia out here. Okay. This is cyanic acid in... Oh, there's a vacuum in... No, that's the formic. Yeah, cyanic acid in... Formic acid in. CO2 in. No, CO2 out. That's why I'm confused. I was like, I seem like I have too many inputs, and I do have too many inputs, because CO2 is an output. Ew, okay. I'm less happy about this now. We'll still do... CO2 out. Like, up like that. Okay. Something like that is what we want, right? Because then we have the ammonia out this way. We've got CO2 out this side. Sure. Except I think I built it too close. Yeah. So the whole thing needs to come down. Here. And we have pick up here. Pick up here. And bring in CO2 first. And the ammonia over to the other side. This is a... The CO2 needs to be a priority pickup because it's a byproduct. And all of it needs power. All right, so I need a bunch of tanks. I need some stations before this will all hook up and turn on. But I think this is Wöhler synthesis ammonia ready to go. I feel like I found something else to do with syngas yesterday, and now I'm worried that I've, like, broken something with this build. Like, what did I make that was consuming syngas? Because I don't remember. That needs nitrogen. That's not it. This is all older builds. That's all older. That doesn't consume syngas. I'm really not sure. I am unsure of what I did yesterday that I thought used syngas. Like, I'm sure that I did something that's a syngas consumer. Because I checked it off my list. Syngas sink. Checked off the list. Oh, did I just void it to flue gas? Is that what I ended up doing? Yes, that is what I ended up doing. Okay. And so that's fine if this doesn't run. This really is just a void. Like, yes, more ash is always nice, but it's not critical if that doesn't run. As long as it's not going to be interfering with the syngas that I need for these builds up here. And I don't think it's going to be. Just this will blast through hilarious amounts of syngas on its way to making lots of hydrogen. And did I mess something up? I did. Oh, good. Always love it when I do that. Let's fix this one too. Alright, so let's go grab the stuff from the mall that we need to finish building this station. And I think we're good to go. And this will, hopefully this will clear itself out. Ooh, it might not. Yeah, it should be able to. It should be able to use this 5,000 sulfuric before it runs out of the formamide here, so it'll figure itself out. In time. I'm not super concerned about it. I have definitely seen and done worse, so. All right, and that is the warning from Twitch that it is ad o'clock again. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll and other mid-roll ads turned off, so I appreciate folks sticking around through the ad break. When we come back with the ammonia that we're making, we're finally going to do what we said we would do at the other ad break, which is start moving into... if we look at what we need for red chips, we need to make nitrobenzene, and then feed that into Kevlar, and apparently it's also used in optical fiber. So nitrobenzene should be a pretty quick build. But the TCL and the Kevlar and the aramid will be more, well, maybe not more interesting. These are a bunch of ingredients, but they're not large scale. Anyway, that is the thing after the ad break. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll dive into those next steps. All right, thanks for sticking around through the break. I appreciate it. All right, the bots have mostly caught up my inventory on the various requests, so let's head back up to where we were. Let's get the stations dropped off. And then we should be able to see this turn on, maybe, question mark? That is the hope, at any rate, is that we will be able to see this turn on. That is still running its little heart out, using all my syngas up. That's kind of what I was afraid of, but we'll see if it becomes a problem. I'm not sure if it will or not. Syngas is not as valuable of a commodity right now as it once was. Okay, what do we need here? Formic acid, hydrogen, and cyanic acid. Formic acid, hydrogen, and cyanic. All right, that is fine. So we should, I mean, we can check in on this. It'll take a little while to get all of its everything delivered and things like that. So I'm not overly concerned. Let's move on. If we go back into YAFC and see what we need next, looking at red chips, and looking at the rest of the stuff we need for science, I guess I should go into this, like optical fiber, not a big deal. Self-assembly monolayer, like I don't even know what this is yet. I haven't looked at it. You know, a little bit of stainless, a little bit of Nextolite. Like the science stuff I'm not really nearly as concerned about as I was before. We are going to have to scale some things up compared to what we had for, you know, science here. And I should go through and do like all of them. Like logistics science at 0.4, Pi Science 1 at 0.6, right? 1, 2, 3. What is it once we actually get to blue science? I've already kind of 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. Okay. So that's 1, 2. Oh, there's Pi Science 2 in here. That's why this is wrong. Pi Science 2 at 0.4. Logistics Science at 0.6. Pi Science 1 at 1.2. And Automation Science at 2. All right. And when we, you know, put all of these in, it is, you know, it is expensive to get everything up to, you know, our next tier. This is if we want to keep doing, this is 12 SPM. Looking at like all of this, everything that we did for Pi Science 1, or sorry, for Pi Science 2, there's very little overlap with the chemical science plant, chemical science pack. So like, I'm really not sure what scaling all of this up even looks like right now. Especially, you know, this is doubling Pi 2, right? And a little bit less than doubling Logi Science. An extra, I guess, 50% on Logi Science. So I probably have 3 research centers right now doing Logi Science. But like, basic substrate is, I guess I'm making a lot of basic substrate. But still, I haven't even thought about, like, what this looks like, doing all of these things at this scale. You know, do we have a better mechanical parts recipe coming? And the answer appears to be no. You know, brakes are the same. Steel is fundamentally the same. Control panels are the same. Gearboxes are the same. Small parts, we don't get casting for a long time. Utility boxes are the same. Rubber? Yeah, rubber. We probably need to expand rubber. That's going to be one of our limiting factors. But, like, we way overbuilt mechanical parts, right? So I'm not too concerned about those getting into chemical science or even scaling up for Pi Science 2. But, like, this is a lot of glassware. One machine making glassware just for the science packs, and that's not even their dependencies. And how much do I have making glassware right now? I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked thinking about things that are a little further ahead, but, like, yeah. So we'll have to expand glassware, and, like, am I getting any better molten glass recipes right now? I'm gonna bet not. Nope, not until blue science. So it might be that we actually want to let ourselves go back down to 6 SPM for a little while, right? Because if we have all of these... you know, all of this stuff we're already making at sufficient scale, basically. And then we just have to add on the chemical science pack on top of that. Going down to 6 SPM kind of stinks, but, I mean, we are also getting Vat Brains soon. Yeah, we get Vat Brains this tier. Later on this tier, but, like, not significantly below where we're at research-wise. And they do stuff to make science better. So, I think, is it explained in the Factoriopedia? Vat Brains, here we go. Yeah, so these add productivity. Basic Vat Brains give 25% productivity to all of our research. So, yes, we go down to 6 SPM, but it's really... Well, with one Vat Brain, it's 7.5, but... depending on how we manage to organize the Vat Brains around the labs, we could potentially do better than that. Anyway, that is a severe distraction. We're nowhere near there yet. We're working on Kevlar and aramids for red science. So let's get a quick little build for nitrobenzene going, because it does seem like nitrobenzene is used in several things. Actually, I can do it right here. We have the space for it. So let's do that. Let's get ourselves fluid drop-off. Oh, I didn't actually hook these. Why am I like this? Let's actually get all these inputs hooked up so that this thing will... Oh, and I wanted to expand this as well. Only like 50%, but let's do that too. There we go. And then we need to have our input. We'll have formic acid here. All right, there's formic acid. Here's the cyanic. And then hydrogen. Did I even plumb in hydrogen? Oh, I didn't even plumb in hydrogen. There we go. Now we've got Wöhler synthesis going. And then that'll be CO2 output there. This is all the ammonia out. Cool. Yep, perfect. CO2, ammonia. That's running. Now we can get going on the next thing. So nitrobenzene needs... Oh, I need to actually get the building that I need for it. That would be useful. Fluidized... Oh, fluidized with an S, of course. Bed reactor. And if we look at YAFC again... Sorry, I know we've been spending a lot of time in YAFC today. This only uses... we're using 0.16 of a fluidized bed reactor for this. So I think we can just do the one reactor to start with. I don't think we need more than one. What did we just get? Ethylene. Which gives us, well, ethylene itself. Okay, that's not bad. Ethylene chlorohydrin. And then ethylene chloroethanol, which becomes ethylene glycol. All right, and then we have a few different ways of making... Ooh, I like this one. I like this one a lot. Yotoi is not, like, totally zero input, but, like, it's pretty close to... It is zero input, right? It actually is zero input, now that I think about it. Have we not made any of these guys yet? Oh, we have. All right, cool. I should go expand this build a little bit. Pick up the ones that are sitting here. But yeah. Let's do that while I'm thinking about it. But yeah, Yotoi is... I mean, it produces some side products, but it is zero input, I guess, is the way that to think about it. All right, there we go. Now it runs two of them. Except this whole system is backed up. Interesting. Why is this system backed up? Ah, I see. I see the mistake that I made. We need to pull this before we pull from this. Otherwise, this system backs up, so I need the priority splitter here. And hopefully, this will make enough sand to let these turn on, and that'll be enough to get the limestone moving again. Looks like it's working. All right. Everything's running. This is, I mean, backing up a little bit, but not a huge amount. All right. I'll take that. I'm going to call that working now. Now we have 2 of these running, and 2 of them running at full speed. Woohoo. All right. Back to nitrobenzene. Right up here. Benzene, one of my favorite chemicals. Ammonia. And... oh, more sulfuric acid. Joy. Joy of joys. Sulfuric acid. All right, there's our 3 inputs. I don't actually have the fluidized bed reactor that I need right now. That's all right. We'll build it as a ghost. Nitrobenzene. What the heck is this? Okay. Game, why? So if we take it from this angle, we can do this, and this, and this as our 3, like, inputs. Okay. And here, here. 1, 2. Oh, those are all at the same level. Okay. Let's get them all to... how far apart do they need to be? 3 apart. Okay. So yeah, our inputs are going to be... we'll do this one as the highest one. Fine, whatever. And then the next one... here? That's a 1 apart. They need to be 2 apart, right? So there. And then here. Okay. Oh, nope. That's already as far as that one can go. So basically, I think I can now take this whole thing that I just made and drop it, right? Well, besides the fact that our fluids are in the wrong spots. So, the bottom one needs to be the sulfuric, the middle one needs to be the benzene, and the top one needs to be the ammonia. Alright, so let's make you ammonia first. Let's disconnect all of this for a second. Turn you around. You benzene as well. And then this one will be sulfuric now. All right, problem fixed. Right, sulfuric, then benzene, then ammonia. Yeah. There we go. And then our output is right there. And then the nitrobenzene has absolutely no side products. So this is nice and easy. Okay, so I just need to go grab a couple of these fluidized bed reactors, or really just one. 2 is overkill. I just wanted to make sure that I, like, designed this in a way that I could scale it if I wanted to. But realistically, 1 of them is fine. More than enough, in fact, for the scale we need. So let's go grab that. As soon as we get into Logibot range, the bots should provide that for us. No issues. All right, and this antimony processing. Lead acetate, huh? What do we need lead acetate for? Antimony pulp 1. Yeah, so upgrading our antimony processing, because I think I noticed, like, some of the semiconductor stuff needs... Yeah, it needs the antimony pulp stage 2. So we're going to have to do the upgrade on our antimony processing and make that stage 2 antimony pulp available to the rest of the network, in addition to just, you know, scaling up the antimony. So we'll have to rebuild our antimony processing at some point. All right, let's go put this fluidized bed reactor back where it needs to be. And that will get us making the nitrobenzene, which again, we need as an input for Kevlar. All right, there we go. Our first chunks of nitrobenzene. Beautiful. This is all currently halted. Did I miss a... Oh, I missed a pipe. Alright, those guys should all be working now. Make sure that the hydrogen and CO2 pipes are good, and they are, and the ammonia pipe is good, and it is. Okay. So that was just the one missing underground there. Cool. And I can grow this if I need to, right? There's space here to even, like, double how much is going on here. So that, of course, scaling that does require scaling all of the things that feed into it, right? Hydrogen and sulfuric acid and formamide and all of these other things, but if we need to expand ammonia production, we can do so. Between this and our other ammonia production now running at full scale. Or really the urea production was what we scaled up. Oh no! We are sans manure. Okay. But why? It's running. Okay. We just don't make enough manure. For that to run full speed. What does this do? Crafting speed of 2. So like 5.5 manure in 50 seconds. And we have 20 of them. Like, is that like 2 manure a second? Is that the math? You know what? I should have this in YAFC somewhere. Maybe I don't. No, I don't. Ooh, and this is an ancient science tab that I don't care about anymore. And of course, I don't have rate calculator installed. So each of these makes 0.11 a second, and there's like 20 of them. So that's, yeah, 2.2, probably 2.25 is the answer. So we do need more manure if we want to have the urea thing running full speed. Because this is going to start starving other things that need manure from getting it if we don't scale up manure there. So, do we want to scale up this manure with more moss and whatever it takes to get these guys going? When do I get AUG stage 2, by the way? After energy drinks. Ooh, and they do get a new manure recipe too that takes bedding. Okay. When do I get bedding? Rods. Okay. Which I can research. Oh, and yeah, we need grods as well for energy drink. I missed that dependency. So grods to energy drink to AUGs 2. An AUG 2 gives us this better manure recipe. Which needs AUG food and bedding, though. Let's just look into this. So if we're gonna make manure from manure recipe 3, we're gonna have 20 of these buildings. Let's say we go for the AUG Mark 2s. Oh, that's a lot of manure per second. That's actually more than I can fit on the half of a belt that I have for output on that build. So we would, I mean, either stick to the AUG Mark 1s. Yeah, here we go. Or the other option would be to upgrade to the AUG Mark 2s and stick to an old recipe. But I like this plan. If we just stick to the AUG Mark 1s, 20 AUG paddocks, or I can... Yeah. So we would need to make AUG food, which is... I mean, it's not cheap, but it's not awful, right? And You know, we do native flora on site, as always. We would do releases on site. That's a lot of releases, though. What do I need for stage 2 releases? Alright, well that's under Phagogy 2. Yeah, and then we could start breeding Releasias Mark IIs. Okay. Oh, which need Phagogy Spore. Oh no, they make Phagogy Spore Mark IIs. Interesting. So yeah, you gotta do this phase 2 breeding program to get regular Releasia Seed Mark IIs. Okay, this is reminding me of a lot of other Pi AL stuff. But there's also this... This recipe is awful. I would rather not use this recipe if I can avoid it. And then Botany Stage 2 gets us the better Releasia farm, right? Yeah. And that's expensive. But, like, when we're looking at this scale of stuff, we go up to Releasia Mark IIs, yeah, 20 plantations, there we go. So, like, this is... same amount of input, just getting it down to half the buildings, right? But we really need the Releasia Mark IIs here to get this down to a reasonably sized build. And then seaweed. How much seaweed are we talking? We could go all the way up to seaweed Mark III if we want. Yeah, and then it's only 2 machines. But I haven't even started seaweed Mark II. Even seaweed Mark II is fine. Crop facility Mark 1s, I mean. All depends how much we want to try to compress the build, right? And then moss. You know, again, if we can use moss Mark IIs, yeah, we can get it down to 10 buildings. But getting to this, where we can do... you know, all of these things. Extract Releasia seeds, blah, blah, blah. There we go. And the Releasias just doubled again. Right. I forgot how awful the Releasia seed extraction is. So yes, we're definitely doing, like, 20 of those. In which case we do really want to have both the better plantations and the... But this is where I look at, like, Releasia recipe number 2, right? And it's like, yes, we can do the Releasia Mark IIs, but this has so many more inputs. But, like, we can always centralize these things, right? That is very much an option, is to centralize these builds. You know, if we want to be making 20 Releasias a second or whatever, we can do that, but, like... yeah, the fertilizer, the biomass, like, it gets difficult to bring all these things around on rails, right? When we want to bring in this many inputs. But, like, looking at what we will be capable of, you know, with a few more researches, and yes, we still have a lot of infrastructure to build, because if we're going to be building tier 2 buildings, that's going to be, there's going to be a lot that needs to go into that. But like, we can get this to a reasonably compact build. Even the moss, we can go up to, like, this recipe, right? And moss Mark IIs do, like, CO2 from, yeah. Moondrop Mark IIs, right? It's 1. One machine there. So, like, we can get this to be a pretty compact build. A weird set of inputs, but totally fine set of inputs. And then the bedding is the other thing that's going to be interesting, because we only have one recipe for bedding right now. It needs raw fiber, which I think for raw fiber, kickalcs aren't bad. For regular fiber, they're not as good. But like 10 wood is 2 raw fiber. That's awful. 5 yotoi leaves to 3 raw fiber. And the only reason I would do this is because we already have yotoi as an input here, right? So this would be like, let's do it all with yotoi. But like, Jesus Christ, the amount of bedding. So maybe kickalcs is the answer instead. Especially if we can use... I mean, this is a ridiculous recipe, but like with kickalc Mark IIs and the better plantations, we can get it down to something manageable. And like, it's not that much stuff as input. That's the thing, right? It's like, it's half a second of this, half a second of that, quarter a second of this. It's just so many inputs. But, you know, we can make clay on site, right? And steam. Water's made on site. Fertilizer's going to have to come in, and fertilizer has to come in for the food anyway. Lamps, sands. So then, the yotoi aloe is more of a... I mean, still 25 of them. Yikes. Anyway, these are far more hypothetical than where we should be looking at right now. But, like, this is why I'm not using AUG food right now to begin with, by the way, is that they are... they're expensive, and then the bedding is more expensive on top of that. So, we're going to have to think about, you know, the lots of small train space design looks really cool, but it does struggle when we need large quantities of things moved around quickly. So it may be that we have to start making more larger factories, right? You know, we look at glass. Glass is a big factory on the scale of my base. But we certainly could be looking at much bigger groups of, much bigger assemblies, right? Where we're going to have, you know, dozen machines making manure and all of the things that support those machines making manure. In the short term, I think, to prevent the rest of the base from breaking, because we only make like 2 manure a second, I think I do need to go in and disable some of the urea production. I can really only run one of these now that I am looking at how much they need. It also occurs to me that there is a bug in this, in that I don't think I have any way to get the... When there is... Yeah, we want to do something like... We want to have these guys output manure when there's... Or not manure, rich clay, when there's spare rich clay. But yeah, we can only run one of these, unfortunately. I will make it this one, though. Okay, so that is unfortunate. So I'm glad I did end up doing the Wöhler synthesis build, because we are going to need a lot more ammonia, and the urea from manure is not going to keep up. Not in the short term. Not without a very, very large build. So... Where were we? What were we working on? Kevlar. Kevlar is what we're doing. We need to make 2 builds, right? So the paraphenylene diamine is only used in Kevlar, so we'll build that on site for Kevlar. The terephthalonyl chloride is... manure bacteria, liquid nitrogen, aromatics, yotoi aloe fruit, and cobalt. What a mess. We only need a little bit of it, I think. If I look at red chips. We're kind of building everything to, like, what we need for red chips and then a little more. But this shows, yeah, just one machine making terephthalonyl chloride is fine. So the question is, like, do I have manure bacteria on rails already? Liquid nitrogen I usually make on site. That's fine. Cobalt extract... and then aromatics. So manure bacteria. I have... Apparently I do not put that on rails. I have like one machine that makes manure bacteria and feeds it to Tufras, of which I have plenty. And then oh, these are disabled by control behavior. Perfect. It's working. Sorry, got distracted. All right. So we're not making... Really? We're not making manure bacteria for anything else? Isn't it used in stuff? Nope. All right. So... oh boy, petri dishes, agar, and manure. So we'll do this as part of the TCL build. So we'll make the manure bacteria on site. We'll bring in manure. We'll make agar. We'll make seaweed, and we can probably get away with, like, the crummiest recipe. Let's see here. Allow overproduction. Set fixed building count 1. There we go. The Yotoi we need to make on site as well. Limestone. Soil. Liquid nitrogen we make on site. The steam gets vented. And the 100-degree water gets voided. Okay. Aromatics comes in from outside. Cobalt extract comes in from outside. Manure comes in from outside. Petri dishes come in from outside. That really just leaves gravel, which I guess we can also bring in from outside. I don't have a better way to make liquid nitrogen. I don't have a better way to make liquid nitrogen. Okay. Oh, and I need heat. What uses heat? Oh, the manure bacteria. Oh, no, we're not using burrito reactors. Nice. Nice try, Yafsi. You're trying to kill me. You're trying to give me radiation poisoning, Yafsi. I don't like that. Okay. So this is the build, and that is a lot of inputs, but also not that many inputs. But also because it's... Oh, I can do the shopping list for just the nested. Aw. Good job, Yafsi. I didn't realize that you could do that. That you could take a shopping list until just now when I tried it. So that's cool. Does Agar need 250-degree steam? Can it take 150? Oh, it can take 150. So we can actually use some of the steam here. Cool. We will take the slightly smaller shopping list then and avoid the electric boiler. Let's see. Import. All right. There is all of our requests. Let's see what the base is capable of providing right now. Probably a lot of this it cannot do yet. All right, we don't have rectisols available, and of course the Yotoi alloy we can't do. Okay, we can get everything to make rectisols, though. What do I need? Intermetallics, steel, and duralumin. Cool. I will come on down here, and I will just make one of those myself. This is usually what I do when I have a building that the mall doesn't have available yet, is I'll just, I'll grab the stuff and make it myself. Oop. That's a bunch of deliveries to me that just got launched into bots charging land. And some of them are still going pretty far. I added a bunch of chargers, like, around this area. Yeah. And you can see that the bots are staying closer, but we could still use more chargers. Which is wild. Well, not really wild. Honestly, kind of expected. Alright, we got the seaweed. getting rid of whatever random stuff is in my inventory that I can get rid of, which isn't always a lot. All right, I think we have everything except the Yotoy modules. We'll check in on how the Yotoy module factory is going, but I think that is still going to be bootstrapping itself and not really ready to give modules to me yet, but that's fine. Oh, yeah, this is actually probably very nearly done bootstrapping. How many did we get? 130. All right, so this needs 12 more to be, I think, fully turned on. Eight more. All right. Cool. So these guys should be able to make, you know, however much we're actually going to need to these 132. It shouldn't take them too long to get made there. So I think by the time we're done with the build, we should be able to go collect those. Hopefully, by the time we're done with this build, we'll be able to collect those modules. How did I mess that up? That one and that one should be chain signals. Yes. All right. So as far as our inputs for the terephthalonyl chloride, we're going to need fluid drop-off, and we're going to need... Can we get away with just one solid drop-off? I think so. I'm only seeing 5 solid ingredients. I mean, we can do 5 solid ingredients. We just have to upgrade the station slightly from the standard configuration. And they're all very low volume, so... All right, so input-wise, we're going to have fluid. That's going to need the gasoline, the aromatics, and the nitrogen. Gasoline, nitrogen, and aromatics. Oh, and we are coming up on another ad break in just a minute. Sneaking up on me here. Speaking of nitrogen, though, how is the nitrogen build? Has it turned back on yet? Has it gotten the filters that it needs? It has not gotten the filters that it needs. How is filtration media then? Filtration media is currently stopped on activated carbon. That scares me. We have so much activated carbon. Why is this... Why is filtration media stopped if we have activated carbon? Is it getting a delivery? Oh, come on. I want the station. Yes, but also no. Not the right delivery. Anyway, I'm going to debug this for a little bit while the ad runs, and when we come back, we'll figure out what we need to do with it. I'll fill folks in on what conclusions I come to. Okay, the train limit is 1, so it may just be that it got its gravel delivery prioritized over its... Yeah, because it does prefer... It wants a lot of gravel, a lot of pure sand, and just a small amount of glass, and... Does that match the recipe? Yes. So is this purely like a shipping bandwidth issue, where once the gravel is finally emptied, it'll end up requesting... Because, like, we have plenty of the activated carbon, right? This is... I would go far as to say we have heaps of activated carbon. So I'm not quite sure what was going on. Whoops. We might just have to wait for this train to empty to see if this gets the activated carbon train dispatched, or if something is, like, broken. Few more seconds here. All right, so that train's gone. There we go. Now a train has been assigned to pick up activated carbon. Okay. Interesting. So maybe that just needs its train limit set to... Because here, I think it's a train... Did I see it correctly that it's a train limit of 1? Yeah. We can set that to 2. And then that should help with if there's any more... times where it needs more than one thing. It will hopefully request... both items, right? Yeah, and see, this already got a second train assigned to it. For the gravel. Okay. Hopefully that's all that was, and that filtration media will keep turning back on. Welcome back from the ad, everybody. I didn't make any conclusive determinations about, oops. Oh. About what was going on with filtration media. I was trying to hit the back button, and it was not doing what I wanted. The only thing I noticed is that this had a train limit of 1, And it's possible that it was just a train bandwidth issue, because there's trains coming now that I bumped the train limit for both the activated carbon and for more gravel. So I think that's all that happened with that. So we can go back to building this, as I think... Nitrogen... And... Alright. So, right away, we can just do... Yeah, we can just do liquid nitrogen, like, quick and easy, right over here. Ooh, let's actually... We swap those. They don't quite line up, but they line up closer. Oh. I guess we're gonna do it more like that. All right, so that gets us our liquid nitrogen out, and we also have aromatics out as well. So that's easy. If we look at YAFC here, liquid nitrogen, aromatics, cobalt extract. So the two things that we need to be making on site are the Yotoi aloe and the manure bacteria. Both of which are going to be pulling things in from the solid drop-off station. So let's do that first, and then we'll figure out what we actually need to be doing. So this needs to be upgraded to a deposit. There we go. And then we can make the manure bacteria, I think, basically right here. If we do our incubator and heating tower, then we feed in here is just going to be fiber. And this gets whatever else it needs for manure bacteria. It'll be petri dishes and manure. All right. So that'll be manure bacteria. Oh, and the last thing it needs is it needs input from this guy making agar. This gets its steam from this. That is not what I... And then we'll also need to have an overflow valve to void the excess steam, because there will be excess steam. Okay. And then this needs... How much seaweed do we make? It's 2 seaweed crop facilities. Okay. I'm just kind of building all of this, like, close together because I can. Yeah, these don't need to be blue inserters either. These can just be a couple of grays. They will get the job done. Okay. So that should be the manure bacteria. I do need to do something with, like, I need to buffer this is what I need to do. I'm going to take this 10 KL tank and I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to put a pump out of it. And then I will feed this to this, and we will enable this when manure bacteria is less than, I don't know, 8K in that 10K tank. And what that'll do is that'll just keep this from backing up and making any more of biocrud than we absolutely have to. But we do still need to have, just in case something does go wrong, we want biocrud outserters on both of these. And then we also need, coming out of here, an outserter for rich clay. We'll do the same thing up at, ooh, don't love this. Let's move all of this down to, like, here. Nope. One more. Okay, and that way I can take this, and if there's any rich clay in here, we can also take it out. That connects through there. This goes across here. And then we'll do solid pickups. Here. Here. Good, good, good. Excellent. And these will be, because they're byproducts, they're always high priority. I feel like half of the stations in this base are high priority, but that's just the way it is. And that actually is fine. Because all of these byproduct stations are such low volume, they eventually fill up, and then that will get preferred as the source for whatever needs it, and then they'll be empty for a long time. So even though there's, like, a lot of these high priority stations, they're all such low volume that it doesn't really risk breaking anything. Okay. Cool. So that's manure bacteria. This needs water. Something else also needs water in. Yes, that. Let's get water figured out then. Oh, we have water, like, here. Alright, I don't love it, but I don't hate it, so... water, water. Those guys are running. That'll start feeding this. This won't work until this runs because it needs the steam from it, but that's fine. I do need... Let's see, is there room anywhere around here for the outfall? Yes. So that's the outfall. This is the cooling tower. So I need a place for the overflow valve on steam. Ooh, fancy. 80% overflow. That's a recent update to the configurable valves mod, which I love. Okay. Perfect. Well, maybe not perfect, but functional. So yeah, this will overflow and will void any of the excess steam that we have. No issues there. Now, manure, petri dishes. Let's get all of our requests going on here. Manure, petri dishes, fiber, and then we also need gravel and cobalt extract. Yeah, gravel goes to the Yotoi and cobalt extract goes to the actual TCL. Okay. Question is, how much cobalt extract did I actually build? Like, is this... I mean, obviously it's plenty right now, but it's not a... I don't know what I scaled this to. This looks like it's about a belt of inputs, though. Right? 4 of these machines. 3.2 times 4 is like 13 and change. 12.8. Whatever. Yeah. So if we did a 4th one of these, that would be 16, which is more than a belt. Okay. So yeah, this is running basically as fast as it can. I built this to like full scale. So hopefully this doesn't need Oh, I did the thing again. Sigh. How do I want to fix this? I don't really, but let's at least get it pumped into a tank for now. And then what I can probably do is as soon as there's some gasoline used, I can reverse this tank or this pump and it'll push that back into this gasoline tank. I think that'll work fine. All right, fiber. So this is going to start heating up. Excellent. Other stuff is en route. Yeah, there's petri dishes, and we'll get manure soon. The next things are... we got to do the Yotoi, and we've got to do... Is it just the Yotoi? And then the TCL itself? I think it is. All right, let's do the Yotoi. All right, so these need gravel, limestone, soil, and water in. Do that. We'll have an output. Yotoid decays in 4 minutes. Oh, but it has a crafting time of almost 2 minutes, so it's really like a 2-minute decay. And then that will feed into the rectisol, which makes the TCl. Then we really just need to bring in all of our other fluids. Which I kind of borked up here, but that's okay. So this needs to come through... This will come down here. That one. Liquid nitrogen will come through, like, I don't know, here. Ooh, nope, can't hook up there. All right, that'll be... Once I get this tank out of the way, we can hook up the aromatics through to where it needs to go. All right, and then these also need gravel, limestone, and soil in varying quantities that are all way too low to really worry about. Half a gravel a second, sure. All right. So that is gravel, and then limestone and soil are both just soil extractors. Only one of each, so that's easy as well. These will need additional inserters. They will need power. And then... Oh, I need to bring the cobalt extract over. Yeah. How much cobalt extract does that use? Half a second? Okay. Cobalt extract. Oh, I wanted to do the nice double-sided belt like I did this, which I guess I can do. I just have to move this one over. That is all wrong. All right. And that feeds in here. Now, I need another... actually, I don't need a buffer tank for the Yotoi. I want to turn the Yotoi off when we're full on TCL, which I think is easy enough to do. This is... Oh, we're out of nitrogen. Cool. So close to empty. All right. So yeah, we're going to have an output for this. That'll be the fluid pickup, right? Like here. All right, manure bacteria is still waiting for manure and agar. Manure was kind of screwed up, so we knew that that was going to be an issue. And then this is going to be the aromatics through. Cool. These guys... Oh, I still need to do the dirt and limestone input. Yep. That's easy enough to do. That's one of those and one of those. Now, is there an easy way to connect this to water from this side? I don't think so. I think we just come right over here. One of these is soil, one of these is limestone. There we go. These guys need their modules, obviously. I'll have to grab those. I don't want to module these until everything else is running. Otherwise, this is going to start making a bunch of stuff that spoils. And I don't want to do that. Then yeah, up here we have biocrud and rich clay. Oh, and I didn't filter this. Rich clay on one side, biocrud on the other. Oh, this is full of liquid nitrogen. That's funny. All right, that's fine. This is, I mean, it's not ideal to have this nitrogen thing stuck here, but it won't. I think we'll pull all this gasoline out before this nitrogen goes. It's like 10 to 1. This is 20,000. This is like 1,100. So I think it'll work. Get these running, hopefully full speed now, because I think they were slightly under-spec'd without this being fully moduled, but it should be working now. And then up here, we can put the modules in all of these guys. Oh, I still didn't grab quite enough. Okay. How many more do I need? 8. And are we really just waiting for, like, manure? Why doesn't this have steam as an input? Ooh, what did I break? Oh, right, because I moved it. I forgot. Okay. There we go. I mean, not that that really matters, but until we get manure, we can't make the manure bacteria. And our manure is probably still sad. Yeah, it's a little sad. I mean, it's going at a decent pace, but we might have to double this, which just sounds ridiculous, but the options right now are to add og food as an input. And maybe og food for this scale isn't too bad. When I was looking at og food for the much larger scale of like what would a rebuild of manure look like, it was very expensive. But at this scale, it might not be super expensive. But we either need to like, yeah, we either need to increase what we're producing through more food or through either through food or through a bigger build. I mean, I think there's other so yeah, Ulrichs make very little manure. I don't know why I would do that. This is the recipe I'm using right now. There's the version that adds food, which goes from 3 to 8 manure to 5 to 12 manure, so it's like 50% more. More manure just for adding food. Oh, and its crafting time is 80%, so even a little more than 50% more. Yeah, and then, okay, the next one's got Scrondrix. Alright. I thought there was a Corlex manure recipe for some reason, but maybe I'm losing my mind. Alright. So yeah, this is the buff. So let's go back into YAFC really quick. And we'll go back to, I shouldn't have deleted the previous poop tab. Alright, so making manure from $20 paddocks with Og Mark 1s. Okay, that's 1.5 Og food a second. Which is expensive. This is a lot of resources to make this at this stage and at this scale. You know, 5 of these factories, a plastic a second is whatever. I think it was the Relisias that I looked at, and I was just like, with my current tech, yeah, 32 Relisia plantations. Which, like, fine. But, oh, and that doesn't account for the seeds. Yeah, extract Relisia seeds. There we go. And this is why I decided not to do Og food the first time. Is because I looked at this and I said, lol. And that's still how I'm feeling. Like, I think until I get Relisia Mark 2s and maybe even Relisia Plantation Mark 2s. Here we go. Now we're down to a reasonable number for this Og food build. Okay. So yeah, that's just not going to happen. So we need to probably increase manure, which means increasing the size of all of this. This, what have I got? 20 times 2.5 is 5 a second. Yeah. So these guys are currently pulling 5 a second stone. So if I wanted to, yeah, I could switch this to a full belt instead of a half belt and get easily double the amount of moss that we're making. And I'd probably need to readjust this so that it's a little bit cleaner. Eh, maybe not, actually. You know, something like that. Route out the muddy sludge somehow. But, like, yeah, that can be done to double the muddy sludge production. So I think that's what I have to do. We've got, what? We've got 20 of those, and we've got 20 of those. And we're also going to need 2 soil extractors and a washer. Let's go double our manure. That's what we're going to do. How much moss goes in one moss farm? That's a question that I should have double-checked. 15. So 300 moss. And washer. And 2 soil extractors. The other things we might need to increase... How much native flora are we currently pulling out for these guys? 8? Which is 10 a sec. Ooh, 10 a second. Okay, so I'm going to need a second belt of native flora. And that's kind of what I thought when I was doing some of the math on things. I was like, I'm going to need to basically you know what? Let's YAFC this. Let's just go through this whole thing in YAFC, and we'll figure out what we actually are going to need. Alright, so we're making manure. We're doing manure 1. And we're going to have 40 og paddocks when all is said is done. Moss from Moss 1. $20. But that's what I have. Oh, you know what? I remember this. I remember a thing that I did. I built this such that well, that says it needs 50. That can't be right. Yeah, we have 20 og paddocks, 20 moss farms. This says we need 50 from... Oh, this is the wrong recipe. We're using stone. We're doing moss 2. Only 20 for... Yeah, for 20. Okay, it's 20 to 20. So we will need to double our... Alright, so we don't actually need to expand the native flora, and that's because the manure recipe that makes... Here. Manure... Allow overproduction, so it stops yelling at me. Okay. If we look at manure 2, what I did was I designed this such that it would be easily expandable to manure 2. So there's like already enough native flora coming in. We just need the... we would just need the extra, a little bit of extra moss, right? From 4 a second to 5 a second. But instead of doing this, we're gonna go for doubling the number of paddocks, which is 8 moss a second now. And is 16... Okay, so I do still need the second belt of native flora. I think water barrel-wise, 4 a second. Can this be done with 1? No, we're going to need a second barreling machine. Add that to the requests. Alright, so yeah, we are going to need exactly twice as many moss farms, exactly twice as many og paddocks. For the native flora, this says we need 12 machines in total. So apparently only 6 for each thing. Well, that's with whatever my mining productivity is up to at this point. And if we look at this, there's currently 8 down here. So we need 4 more flora collectors. Alright. So this is what we're going to need to go double our manure production. And this is exactly what I didn't want to have happen, but has happened anyway. Cool. I should turn all of these off for now, is what I should do. And then drop off all of this down below where it will get used to make more whatevers. Cool. So let's go get this manure thing done. And hopefully that'll help with some of the issues we're having. I mean, I did lower the manure demand by turning off that extra urea production that I realized was a bad idea. Yeah, we're not going to get all the moss we need, but that's okay. And then if we go down here to where this build is, I think what I want to do is I want to get this to be a little less crowded here, obviously, because this is super crowded right now. So I'm probably going to move this one over to the end, but it'll give me a little bit more room to work. We'll get our doubled moss sorted out. Probably what I'll just do is I'll take the next batch of 20 of these. Yeah. That are going to live, you know, here. But their moss output will go, like, up the side load, like, right here. We might also need a little more bandwidth for loading manure in. Yeah, 4.4 a second. A third blue inserter would be good. All right. So yeah, we're going to have double the moss production, and that'll get merged up here. This belt then will come up and over, and we'll feed the second line of them kind of in the opposite direction. Yeah, because it's a slightly more than half a belt of moss. So we do have to... Alright, well, we're out of moss farms and og paddocks and everything else, so... I think we can go build, and then we're gonna have to ask the bots for the remaining stuff the next time we come up to the mall. But we can at least go down there and get all of the main changes done and get everything that we don't have the parts for blueprinted, and then we'll do a quick back and forth to the mall and return. Is it down here? It is. It is all the way down here. All right. So first thing... so that needs to be a whole belt. This needs to connect here. And this needs to be routed out somehow. Little janky, but it'll do. Okay, so that's our double production for muddy sludge. Yeah, it's exactly 2 washers. And it's only 2.5 soil extractors, but like, whatever. Each of these needs slightly more than 1 soil extractor, and this design is not awful. I don't hate it. And then, yeah, this whole thing gets... let's take the whole thing all the way to, like, here. So this all gets duplicated. But then the output, I'm going to take in this direction. Yeah, and that'll get routed, like I said, up to here, where it needs to merge with this belt sort of after the first half has been removed of... So yeah, that's like the side load. No, it's actually going to be one further, because I said I wanted to move this all down. I wanted to add one more at the end, right? So, like that. Which means this joins like here. Okay. So that'll be that moss out. And then this, I said, needed to be doubled. And we are probably going to have to add more barrels to the loop. I didn't think of that. I should have grabbed more. Oh, well. And then the reason that this is getting... yeah, that... we're clearing out one of these here, because this is going to need a little more space for a second... Well, we're going to have to bring in a second belt of these guys. And we're also going to have to, like, sort everything differently. So, like, I think this part, I want to pull back, like, here. Right? And then this comes into here, where it gets sorted. And then we'll have, like, an identical... This part is going to be identical for the doubled build, right? We're going to just literally go up above where we already are. Oh, I didn't put the augs in that I need as modules into here. Good. I have some, though. Yeah, so if we copy this whole thing all the way down to, like, here, and we put it such that it lines up there, and we go past, and we do that. We're going to have an input here, which is going to need to be from our second line of this, which I will need to make better space for, because it's going to come in, like, right here, just like this one does. So, like, yeah, this all needs to move. And then, like... Alright, there we go. So that'll be our 2 belts in of native flora. Just gotta... And then I said when I was looking at this that we needed... That was supposed to be a copy, not a cut. There we go. We only need 6 for each of these, apparently. All right. So that is our 2 belts of native flora. Which, ooh. I put one of them in, like, an awful spot, didn't I? That is over what used to be water. I mean, there's still 7.2 million expected resources, so maybe I don't care. Might be fine. All right. So those are going to be our 2... And then this gets flipped all the way down. Where it comes up from here. Alright, I'm going to need a bunch more belts, I'm sure. I'm probably going to need more inserters. I'm probably going to need some other stuff. And then we'll figure out how many more... Apparently we need 6 more moss farms. So we'll set that to 6. And I'm not sure how many more hog paddocks we're going to need. And obviously we're going to need more belts, as we just went through. Several thousand belts. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it looks like. 7 hog paddocks. Nope. Okay. And we still need a bunch more moss, it looks like, as well. 6 times whatever they need, 15 is 90. And we need 80 algs. Which we can grab pretty easily. Let's go grab the algs that we're going to need, since those are right over here. And then we'll have to head back up to the mall. We'll grab the rest of the buildings that we need. And when we're up there, we will collect a bunch of belts and other basic things that we're going to need. All right. Oh, and then I missed one more thing that I need to do, which is this output. It needs to come right down here. There we go. And that'll be the output of everything combined. Alright, so up at base, hopefully it will have had time to make the moss farms and the hog paddocks that we need. It ought to have. They don't take that long to make. And then from there, yes, 6 on the way. Ooh, only 4 on the way for the hog paddocks. Okay. We might have to make a couple of those ourselves if we are feeling impatient. Yeah, I guess they just have a lot of ingredients. All right. Well, now it says 0 on the way. That's weird. Oh, I must have accidentally zigged out of range. Oops. Either way, we'll make a couple of them ourselves. It is ad o'clock. So during the ad break, I am just going to let the bots fill up my inventory, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be able to head back down to where we were and get this build done, get the manure doubled. So I recommend everyone take a few minutes to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human, and when we're back from the ad, we'll finish making this manure build. Alright, I'm back. Apologies, that took me a minute longer than it should have. Where were we? Alright, we did get the moss farms. Oh, and we only need one more og paddock. Okay. That might not even be worth me trying to make. By the time I make it, the bots might have it. How close is it to being made up here? I wonder if I could just hand deliver some of what it needs. If I just do that. There we go. That works. Where does it think this train is stuck? Oh, yeah. I mean, this is still fine as long as we eventually use the liquid nitrogen. We're not... Well, we have manure. We don't have agar now. We don't have agar because we don't have enough steam. Oh, because we've been voiding steam instead of... Alright, we're going to have to go up there and fix that. Basically, I need to put a steam buffer in. Is I think the answer. So that the overflow is a little bit less aggressive, and we make sure that we always have a little more steam around. But in order to get it to start making the steam buffer, I'm also going to probably need to put in a liquid nitrogen buffer. All right. So these guys, yeah, we're gonna need more barrels for the loop for sure. Ooh, output is stopped. Why is output stopped? Oh, right, because this was ghost for a little bit. It is no longer ghost, so it is running again. But yeah, we're gonna need more steel barrels in here. I mean, we can drop them in. What I actually could do at the end here is take the water barrels and loop them. I mean, honestly, I could loop everything, but... And that way, they're kind of always... running. And they won't back up, you know, all on this side and then have this side not be able to run. If they're always looping, it should mostly work, question mark. And then, yeah, these ones will be prioritized, so when there's ones coming through here, they won't loop. Yeah. I believe that that's mostly correct. It's going to take a little while for all these guys to turn on. Gotta wait for the... yeah. Gotta wait for the floor to make it all the way around, and it does. And as they turn on, we'll get more moss. What do we need here? 49 moss. All right. I'll have that request for moss, and that'll stop my auto trash from trashing, it. So we'll keep 49 moss around as we collect it in our inventory, and eventually we can go drop it off down there. Okay, let's head up to where... build a couple of these 10 KL tanks, because they're good for small buffers. And where am I, and where do I need to be going? I should not have come all the way up here. I should have turned right sooner. But we'll come up to this side and go over from here. Let's see if we can get the... get this running. So Steam is stopped, and Steam is stopped because... yes. Alright, so we want to do that. And actually... I would even go so far as to do that. Add a pump in. So that we push as much of the steam to this side as possible before we start voiding it. And then the other thing we need is a little bit of breathing room. And arguably this is temporary. But there we go. A little bit of breathing room on the liquid nitrogen. There we go. And that little bit of breathing room on the liquid nitrogen was just so that we get the steam started. Yeah, and we can see now that we have a bunch of steam on this side, I can probably get rid of this. Ooh, I should have done this with a pump. That's fine. Do this. We'll pump it into another one. Then we can get rid of this. Flip the pump. Push it back in. There we go. Alright, so now we're making manure bacteria. Right, now we can turn these guys on. Because they'll have their output here. Now, the last thing that I need to do... is hook these up to... enable when what is this stuff called? I've already forgotten. It's been so long since I worked on it. Terephthalonyl chloride. Enable when that is less than, I don't know, 200,000. All right. Okay, and we are still going to have too much Yotoi stuff, I just realized. We're always going to have a little bit too much, because we do have... These aren't perfectly ratioed, so there's always going to be a little too much yotoi fruit. So we do need to do that. And then anything that spoils to seeds. I mean, we could put a seed pickup. I'm not sure what to do with yotoi seeds. I mean, they grow into yotoi aloe, or I can just turn them into biomass. Or we get yotoi replicators for smart farms. Not even going to try to pronounce that. Dilmo food, dingrits. Alright, I mean, things use yotoi seeds eventually. So maybe we do just put any that spoil on... maybe we do just put any that spoil into... into the rails. Maybe we just do a solid pickup station right here. Call that byproduct handling. Okay, so I think that's this TCL made in very low quantities, obviously, but like this is more than we need by a significant margin. So we only need a couple a second of it across Kevlar and aramids. So... oh, we do still need a few more yotoi modules. I can do that. That's easy enough. Should have some of those right here. Yep. All right. So, with that running, we've got this going. This will buffer slowly but surely. Yeah, this one doesn't loop the cobalt extract, so I'm not worried about that. One of the components of Kevlar does loop the cobalt extract, so that'll be fun when I have to worry about it. Alright, and this is already emptied. Fantastic. Alright, there we go. I think I cleaned up all my fluid mistakes. We've got a little bit of a steam buffer here. We've got a little bit of a manure bacteria buffer. And that turns off this building as soon as our manure bacteria backs up. We're gonna always have a small trickle of spoiled yotoi into seeds. There's nothing we can do about that, just because this uses 3.85 of these. So whatever. It's something like, I mean, 0.15 out of 4, whatever that is for a percentage. Like 4% are always going to spoil, and there's nothing we can do about it. Well, there is something we could do about it. We could take a couple modules out. We could try to tweak the ratio a little better, but I don't think it's worth that effort. I really don't. Cool. So that is... Oh, I didn't put anything that we've been working on the to-do list. Excellent. How's the doubled manure going? Everything looks like it's running. Everything looks like it's running. Everything looks like it's... Well, no, not everything's running. Oh, these guys don't have water barrels. Okay. That might just be a side effect of... it. You can see that the water barrels are pretty spread out through a lot of the loop, but for some parts it's still kind of clumpy because they were all together initially. If I do need to put more barrels in the loop, that's fine. But sort of as they get more spread out through the system, we'll be in a better place. But yeah, that's looking much better. I think we successfully doubled the amount of manure we make. Cool. And that'll help with, well, pretty much everything that depends on manure is what it'll help with, which is a lot of things. Yeah, and this is going to burn through nitrogen, which I should check on. Nitrogen is running, and it has lots of filters again. It doesn't actually go through that many filters. I mean, 1 1/4 a second. Okay, so it goes through a lot of filters. That's a lot of filters for me. But... yeah, and this is just going wild. This is catching up, though. Okay, good. So this is really what I want to see, is that filters are buffering again. So it's going to take some time, but they will get back to a more stable place. They were stopped for a long time, and we burned through this whole buffer of them, is really what happened. All right. Things are looking pretty smooth. Science is currently stopped, but that's probably just the usual, like, bumpiness of... Yep, it's automation science, for whatever reason. Yeah, these should be making 1.2 a second. But something was obviously a little funky there. I've been having issues with this for a while. You know, if we check automation science packs over the past hour, yeah, we had a 20-minute dunk in them. And is that related to... what would that be from? That would almost certainly be from planter boxes. Yep. And specifically the empty planter boxes. You can see that those failed first. Stone brick? Maybe. We could see the consumption went down. That's tied to the planter box loss. Iron plate? But it was empty planter boxes specifically, right? So it was one of those kinds of inputs. I mean, could have been logs, could have been... I mean, it does look like it's stone brick, right? Because this wants a delivery of stone brick, like, right now. And it's not getting it. Well, is it en route? 0 trains with this stop. Okay. So our stone brick is still a problem, is what I'm seeing here. Nope, this just got a load of rich clay, which is, like, cool and all. But this has to be able to run more consistently. Because, like, up here, we need... Wait, this will run 12 a second stone brick. This build only makes up to 10 a second if it's running full time. Do I just, like, need more stone brick? Is this the situation? I just need to be making stone brick, like the old-fashioned way from stone? Am I... Because, like, I can do that. I can pull in a belt of stone and drop a row of these and get whatever. But it does seem like what it needs to be. Because, again, this can only do 10 a second. At max. Assuming that it is able to get the rich clay that it needs, and it's not going to be able to run full time. Oh, this probably needs to be made orange inserters too. But... 3.33 times 9 is... $30, which is a fully stacked belt. This has gaps. Is that the issue? That we're really not quite getting a fully stacked belt all the way to all of these? Because these should all be running, is what I'm saying. If this belt is pulling... Oh! Oh! This build is wrong. Okay. We gotta fix this. So what's happening here, this craft makes 3 clay, and you can actually see it. The stacks are 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. I built this whole thing assuming proper, fully stacked capacity. So this is not pushing through as much rich clay as it should be. So what we need to do is basically offload these 2 belts into a storage device of some sort, and then use stack inserters to get a properly fully stacked belt down there. So that is what we're gonna have to do. We're still gonna need more all the way down bottom left. Okay. We are still gonna need more stone brick, almost certainly. Like, again, made the old-fashioned way from stone. But let's go at least fix the rich clay production first and get that running more smoothly into our existing rich clay-based stone bricks, and we can go from there. It is cool to see all the trains running like this, like the base actually working as designed and as intended. All right, so this is what needs to change. We go ahead and take... Yes, we just do it with a warehouse, right? Because this is the old... Right, 6 blue inserters. And then... stack inserters out. We do this differently. Yes. Let's actually take this one more over. And then from here, we can do this whole thing. All right, so now this is going to be fully stacked. This is purely just to restack, and this is more storage than we need for it to restack. But now we should be able to run all of these instead of just the first 6 of them or so. Well, 3/4 of 9. So I guess 7 and change. And then this needs to be redone with stack inserters as well. Because this is just a high bandwidth item. There we go. So now that'll be a whole belt. We actually don't need stack inserters going in, do we? We just need them on the out to load it onto trains. Yeah, and all of these are running now, just like I said they should. Alright, so that'll help with stone bricks a little bit, but not, like, dramatically. So the other thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna make more stone brick. No trains with this stop. That's weird. Let's find where we're making... Where's that? Brick from rich clay. Yeah, why no trains with this stop? Why, game? Oh, because it's not reconnected. There we go. Now it should get dispatched. Yep. 4.5 times 5/3 is what? 7.5 exactly. All right. But it does look like we're having some issues with, yeah, maybe just overall inserter bandwidth, getting all the things in the right spots at the right time. Yeah, see, we have gaps. So this isn't going to run at full speed with gaps, obviously. So, how do I want to fix that? I don't know. Let's get rid of all this to start. All right. Now, I mean, we could do like this old thing here. Is this absolute overkill? Yes. But it'll get the job done. Yeah, that should fix. And if we do output priority right with a planner, not that it really matters, but we can clean out that side a little bit. All right. So this should work better to get like a fully saturated belt. Oh, and we could probably go back to yellow inserters here. What did I... Okay. So that should get this running at, like, full capacity now. No longer stalling at all. Cool. And then... I think it's taking like just a second for this to really fully saturate, but yeah. that is going to fully saturate. Yeah, you can see it's still slowly like ticking back every once in a while. It'll take a minute for this end to kind of always be there. But it is pretty close to that. Looks like a saturated belt. Okay. So I'm going to call that working. And the next thing is just additional stone brick made the old-fashioned way. That is just a couple of stations. What is this? Do I care? This makes the fetal serum. Okay, that's low volume, but bricks are going to be high volume, so I'd rather make bricks, like, away from that. I'm just trying to think of what I have room for and where I have room to do things. We can actually do it at the end here. Because I think this is going to be the last... yeah, maybe one more. One or two more. Before we need to turn right and loop up around here. Oh, this snowy area is huge. So much of my map has been this, like, snow. I feel like half of my thumbnails are snow. But let's just get this built. So this is going to be the oldie school. Stone bricks. So our drop-off is going to be a solid drop-off for stone itself. And then... buffer a lot because it's stone. And then we're going to need gas furnaces. And what's the speed for this? I know I have some up in the old base somewhere. That's iron. Stone. Here we go. All right. 2.5 per second to 1.25 per second. So that, unfortunately, I think is like that. So that's 5, 10, 15 a second, 6. Actually, let me think about this a little more. Yeah, so I can run... Actually, let's go back to what I was just thinking. One of these at each end. And then flip that horizontally. There we go. I know I just spent way too much time trying to figure out how to power and route what is ultimately a small thing, but sometimes I do take pride in my work, despite what the rest of this base might lead you to believe. Especially when I know that it can be done well. Okay, so this needs a couple of things. A few combinators that I probably can't build. We need a bunch of circuits for the decider combinator, and probably also for the radar a bunch of circuits. Yeah, circuits and iron plates. Okay. We'll have to come back for that. And then we will have a solid pickup here, which is the output. And then I want this to actually be a low priority pickup because I don't want to just be burning stone into brick, especially if I have brick from other sources. So we'll flag this as low priority. So this will just sort of buffer as much as it can for quite a while. And then eventually we'll... Okay, so I just need to grab the, like, circuits and iron that I need to make the rest of this setup. I'm hesitant to plug that in until it has all of its combinators in place, because I really don't... I don't think it will do any weird requests or anything. I just have zero confidence. It's not designed to be resilient to, like, partial assembly. Oh, nope, I was wrong. Next one. Somewhere over here, I've got iron plates. Right around here. And then the other thing that I need to make a radar is, yeah, circuits. Okay, that's what I thought. Hopefully we have circuits available. If not, I will be sad. Oh, well, I see a train at the circuit station, so that's a good sign. All right, make a couple of radars, make the combinators that we need. And in addition to putting down... Well, we're going to have a radar from the fuel station, which I think will probably cover everything that's actually built over here, but I should add the right radars for the grid as well. Do it right. All right, no more missing anything, so we hook that up. Oh, we have so much fuel. Yikes. That's actually bad. That could be bad. This could be very bad. Seeing all these burnables at such high thresholds. My concern is that we will run out of Like, these burnables, we're back to where we were at, like, the start of the game, where burning stuff is how we get rid of it. We just burn it in more complex and refined ways now. So, the concern is that we're not careful, back up on, like, aromatics and things like that we, need to be able to void. And we can't void because diesel's full. Yep. Well, it's not great. Not a great situation to be in, but also, has this been broken for... I mean, what even is this? What is this? Oh, molybdenum. Oh, so yes, this has been broken since I made it. Okay. Which is only Tuesday. It's only been broken since Tuesday. I will take only broken since Tuesday. That looks like it is doing the right thing now. Cool. Yeah, these will all be able to sort themselves out. This is running again. This is running. Love to see it. All right. And then as far as the stuff we did today, how's all this looking? We're missing formamide. All right, we'll have to look into what that broke. This is full on hydrogen. Excellent. So that is fantastic to see. Does want more syngas, which, oh, it's getting a delivery. Okay. And then up here, yeah, the nitrobenzene is fine. Just chugging along. Okay, so why is formamide broken? Or do I just need more of it? I might just need more of it. Okay. That's fine, I guess. I mean, it's not... Yeah, because ammonia's full. Formic acid will slowly back up. So I think we'll be okay on formamide. I'm just not sure if... I mean, again, we can make more. We can increase the formamide production. Like, this is easy to do. Even just this one Moondrop greenhouse will run 3 of these fluidized bed reactors. And the only other input is ammonia. And right now, making formamide can feed more ammonia, right? So I don't think it hurts us to maybe go for a bigger formamide build. Just like triple this, 2 more fluidized bed reactors. I like that plan. That sounds like a plan. Cool. We've got 2... Yeah, already 2 fuel deliveries here. Perfect. These are making... They only make half a belt of stone. I guess I could double what this could do so it can spit out a full belt, but I don't really care. This just has to supplement our other stone production from rich clay, which is the primary way that we're making stone. And this can do that. So I'm calling it good enough. So yeah, let's go increase formamide production, because formamide being blocked will eventually break science. Not that I think that's what's breaking science right now. I think science is probably broken on automation science packs, like it always is. Yes. And I know we've gotten so far distracted from what I said we were going to work on, which was Kevlar and aramids, but gotta work on the triage, right? That remains always the situation, is there's always things to triage. We need 2 more fluidized bed reactors. And I'm choosing that number specifically because that's how much the one Moondrop greenhouse that's over there can run. For no other reason. Cool. 2 fluidized bed reactors. That's all we need. I think everything else, I'm not worried about kind of all my standard inventory things with this. Adjusting this build, it's a fairly small build, so... Alright, so formamide. Let's take the ammonia in on the top. And we'll do... Yeah, because we can kind of do this thing with it. Come on. There we go. Hitting the wrong buttons here. That is fine like that, except we want it up like here. All right. So this is there, okay? Yeah, so they just need the CO2 in, which is going to be from this, but let's get our output done first. And then CO2 in. The all right, so that should be like triple formamide production now, which will hopefully help with the formic acid production, which will hopefully help with the the looping of more ammonia into formamide. But I think we're in a good place as far as all those things go. Nitrobenzene is looking good. I think I can finally do what I said I wanted to do 2 hours ago, which is the Kevlar. So we'll get back to Kevlar. When we come back from the ad break, I will see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll do Kevlar and aramids finally. All right, welcome back, everybody. So yeah, during the break, I just grabbed what we need for Kevlar, because Kevlar is easy at this point. It is just one chemical plant and one electrolyzer. We're going to bring in a bunch of fluids and nylon, and we're going to make Kevlar. So I think we could do it up. I mean, we've been doing kind of all this new stuff to the top right of the map, and I think we're just going to keep doing it up there. I don't see any reason to do it anywhere else. And then at some point I need to decide like how tall I want this section to be and how I want it to loop around like left and right and the shape of things here. You know, I guess I want to encase the current power plants, right? That seems generally reasonable-ish. But after that, I'm not really sure. Speaking of the current power plants, how are we doing? We're doing okay. We could be better. We could be worse. So for Kevlar, it looks like we just need 3 stations, which is great. It's going to be a massive fluid drop-off that brings a million different fluids in. Solid drop-off for the nylon, and then the solid pickup for the Kevlar itself. So we'll start our massive fluid drop-off station here, I think. Right here. So our inputs for Kevlar are organic solvent, the terephthalonyl chloride that we just made, chlorine, nitrobenzene, and ammonia. So, with that in mind, 3 of those things need to feed the phenylene diamine, the paraphenylene diamine, and 2 of them feed the Kevlar itself, so I don't think there's really much I can do as far as, like, organization here. So, we're gonna have our electrolyzer here, which is gonna make the paraphenylene diamine. Yeah, we could do just something like that. I don't hate that. So that means that this one needs to be chlorine. This one needs to be the nitrobenzene. This one is ammonia. And then the other 2... This feeds chemical plant, which will do the actual Kevlar. Something like that. And then we can kind of line that up like there. We almost certainly are going to need more. Well, maybe. We might need more organic solvent. We'll see how it goes. So this one needs to be our terephthalonyl chloride, and this needs to be organic solvent. Okay. That was surprisingly simple. This is Kevlar. This is way more Kevlar than we need. Just one of these. Which I know it says it's only 0.83 a second, but we just don't need that much of it. All right, so let's get all of our requests in. Terephthalonyl chloride. Let's do top to bottom just because I can reference them on the left here. Organic solvent. Terephthalonyl chloride. Chlorine. Nitrobenzene. And ammonia. All right. And with all those requests in, if I connect this up, we will start to slowly get our various fluids in here that we need for this. Oh, and 0.83 is just one inserter between these two. Next, we need a solid drop-off. And all that this requests is nylon. I think 30 stacks should be fine. Yeah, 0.13 a second. Not even worth thinking about. Literally just that. And then lastly, we will have the Kevlar itself out. Oh, it's not 0.13 a second. 0.13 is what we need for our production amount. 0.83 a second. Okay. There we go. 2 inserters is plenty for that. Then lastly, we have the solid pickup station, which I'm going to put like, I think that's about the spacing I did on the other side. And this outputs 0.83. So that will be Kevlar. All right, now we just need to wait for all of our fluids to be delivered, which is going to take a hot second. I can set the train limit on this temporarily a little bit higher, so things will be dispatched a little more quickly. Filling up fluid buffers on new stations always takes a second, just because it takes 2 or 3 train loads usually for each fluid. So pushing up the train limit will help with getting this running. If we go and look at our terephthalonyl chloride, yeah, 40,000. Not enough for 2 train loads, but enough to get us started. You know, this is not scaled to be able to run Kevlar full time, I don't think. Makes 12.5. Kevlar will consume 8.3. Yeah. So that actually could run Kevlar full time. I don't know if it can run Kevlar and Aramids full time. That's the next question. But also, this Kevlar will not be running full time. You know, when the base is up and running, this is more than enough Kevlar for a little while. We need like 0.1 for red chips. So, I'm just not even concerned about it. Let this guy keep buffering. All right, well, while this is catching up, we can do the other... We can do the other one, which is aramid fibers. Those need a nanomaterial factory. Uh-oh. Niobium pipes, evaporators. All right, let's go back to the mall and let's see if the mall can make this. I think we have niobium pipes in the mall, which means that I think we can build the nanomaterial factory. I just don't have the stuff in my inventory to do it. Yes. We have everything we need. It might take the bots a second, though, so let me see if I can find where we make niobium pipes. And, oop, we don't need those anymore. What else do I need here? Oh, I need more niobium pipes. That's fine. And a couple of evaporators and a botanical nursery. All right. Maybe not. Maybe this isn't happening. Maybe I do that. All right, nanomaterial factory, done. Otherwise, aramids look like they are just a couple of fluids in and a few solids that just feed the one nanomaterial factory. So I think that is easy. So I'll just do aramids right next to Kevlar. And then at some point, oh, there we go, science is running again. Pushing towards red chips is going to mean we're going to have to get into all the semiconductor stuff, which I am personally rather excited for. I think that's going to be a fun time. I think that's exactly the kind of stuff that I try to do on this channel, which is going to be me going through some really challenging parts of the game, learning as we go, and sharing that process. This needs sulfuric. All right, so for the aramids, we need sulfuric acid and the terephthalonyl chloride. And if I never have to say terephthalonyl chloride again, it will be too soon. Oh, I was doing so well. And then I make a joke about not wanting to say it, and I screw it up. That's... All right, solid drop-off. And this is going to be... We're going to need molybdenum. We're going to need... I lost it. Molybdenum, aluminum, titanium, and sodium hydroxide. All right. Aluminium, I should say. Titanium. And sodium hydroxide. All right. And with one warehouse, we can generally do 4 items without having to mess around with our stations, so that is fine. Quests have been made here. All right. Those will be our fluids. All of our solids amount to what? 5.75, 8.25 items a second. All right. We're just going to do that and not even worry about it. And then our output is 2 a second, so that is just 1 outserter. And then we're going to have the solid pickup station. All right, and that'll be... I mean, it's going to take a minute for this to get all of its inputs, obviously. Only 2 trains with this stop when we have requested 4 things. That does not bode well. I'm curious what we're not getting. It's going to be a while until this can get terephthalonyl chloride because, I mean, we don't make it that fast. And, like, the Kevlar doesn't use it that fast either. But if Kevlar gets its second load before Aramids gets a load, then that's just going to be what it is. And then this guy is bringing titanium. So we need the molybdenum, and we need... Ooh, sodium hydroxide. That scares me. Molybdenum down here is currently stopped. Or is it just currently running slowly? Am I an idiot who tried to put way too much stuff onto one? Yes, I am. Okay, we need to fix this. I don't know what I was thinking when I did this. I don't think I was thinking when I did that. But we'll go ahead and we'll try to... we'll fix molybdenum. Once molybdenum is fixed, I'm not really sure what the next step is. I think it's probably a good time to spend a little bit of time just debugging the base, making sure that everything is working as intended. Because we have done a few builds in the past few hours. But hopefully that molybdenum blunder over there with the wrong outserters is the only thing that is slowing us down right now. And if it is, then we're going to be in pretty good shape to keep pushing forward, like I said, towards red circuits. Semiconductors are the next big thing for that, of course. And once we get the semiconductor doping tech, we can start to go through the various semiconductor dependencies of... Alright, so we're gonna change all of this. We're gonna do this and this. Molybdenite dust. This is just gravel. There we go. And then half of these need to be loaded on the other side. Then that will just come right through here. All right. That should be able to do what it needs to do now and run it more or less a full belt of output. That should get molybdenum running more than twice as fast as it was running before. It has been very bottlenecked by that. Wait a second. No, that's fine. 2.5, so 3.5, 3.5, 3.5 items. So that's fine. As long as we're pulling in 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 3.5, no, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, yeah. So this should be pulling this all in. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. It's just taking a second to, like, catch up. I think these were probably still backed up a little bit, but it's running. Yeah, this is running full time. That's all that matters. Cool. All right, so that's molybdenum, which should be running a little more consistently now. It'll still take a little while to get a train load of it up to Aramids. The other thing that we weren't getting is sodium hydroxide. Cool. Let's find where we make sodium hydroxide with saltwater electrolysis. No, that's not the one. This one. It's running. I guess it has until now been, Ooh. Have to check on my salt water making. But I guess, yeah, it's been blocked by chlorine. I think, did I research salt and salt accessories yet? No. This gives us a different sodium hydroxide recipe from salt and slaked lime that makes limestone, and then I think we can convert the limestone right back into slaked lime. Like the whole thing loops. So we might... What's this? Oh, rayon. Another. Haven't even thought about that one yet. Okay. So yeah, we might be able to set up more sodium hydroxide for that. And then keep saltwater electrolysis as like our primary chlorine manufacturer. So we would change... I already lost it. Change this, because I think right now chlorine is a byproduct here. Oh, and I did set up a chlorine void, but apparently that's not working. But we could change it so that the hydroxide is the byproduct, and we're making our primary hydroxide from the salt and salt accessories recipe. All right. That's red chips incued. So just a few more techs to go until we're there. Bulk inserters would be nice. Battery 2 would be nice. Once we get red chips like started and running, we're going to take a step back. We're going to look at the tech tree. We're going to figure out, like, we have a bunch of side quests on the tech tree, right? You know, Fawaji Stage 2 and Relesia Stage 2. It really seems like I need Relesia Stage 2 before AUG food is viable. We talked about this earlier in the stream. So we do, like, we want to start thinking about some of these side quests, and we don't necessarily need to be laser focused on, you know, getting to blue science, right? Like, because once we have circuits, we are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 techs, 10 techs to blue science, like. But the side quests are worthwhile, right? It's worth it for us to start looking at improving our alien life modules, especially the ones that we use in large quantities. It's worth it for us to be looking at getting, you know, modules in general, right? Getting, you know, speed and prod and efficiency modules so we can start prod modding things that need prod mods. That'll be huge. We've got train 2s. We've got all sorts of electric power improvements, right? So all of this stuff is like side quests on this tech tree, but we do want to start thinking about where and when we want to take it, right? All right, enough of that. Trains are in bad shape. It looks like it's fluid trains that are the issue right now. Oh, I just dispatched a bunch at once. Interesting. So yeah, we might need to make a few more fluid processing trains. Oh, nice. This turned itself off when it had enough manure bacteria, just like it's supposed to. Beautiful. Oh, we did, it looks like, get a second delivery of that stuff. Oh, and it did come in up here. All right. So yeah, this thing just needs its sodium hydroxide and its molybdenum. Molybdenum's going to take a little while. Sodium hydroxide, we might have to make, like I said, using the new recipe, because I think it pretty much is just like salt in. So yeah, if we take sodium hydroxide here, this recipe, and then this, we want to make slaked lime from lime, which comes from, there we go, the limestone, which loops. So yeah, it's salt in to hydroxide out. It uses a little coke, which is fine. It makes a bunch of carbon dioxide, which is also fine. We just built a bunch of processes that use carbon dioxide. So like the question now is, how big do we want to make this? You know, we can go. Apparently this is the ratio. This feels silly. This takes in a belt of coke. This takes in, you know, over a belt of salt. I don't think we need to go this crazy. This feels good though. The question is, How do we best... Oh, this makes 14 salt a second. Because of prod. But it can't output more than 7.5. So I could get a lot more salt water out of this system, is what I'm saying. If I output this to a box with some stack inserters on it, and then... Oh, wait, no. This is fine. We're stacking. So yeah, these are always stacks of 2, so it outputs 14 on this side of the belt, 14 on that side of the belt. We're making 28 a second. Okay. Cool. And this was, I think, barely keeping up. Yeah. So this is going to be a problem, is where we're using salt water. Because apparently this has finally reached its capacity, which is impressive. I mean, there's another salt rock up here. Another salt rock over here. These two were nice because there were two that were, like, reasonably close to each other. Oh, there's another one here. So, what I may want to do... I don't know if I have, like, 2 right next to each other anywhere else. Not really. I guess 2 over here. But what I want to do is I want to put, you know, if I run 2 of these, that's 28 salt in, right? So if we clear fixed building count, set fixed consumption, 28 a second. That runs a huge amount of coke. But, like, I'm pretty sure we're making that. I'm pretty sure we're currently voiding that much coke. If I find the coke void. Well, maybe not. So this is 2 stacked belts, by the way. So this is like 60 a second of coke that can be voided by this machine. So maybe we don't go for 28 a second. Maybe we just do the half, right? We do 14 a second. You know, 11 coke a second is still a lot, but this feels more reasonable as like a build scale. I mean, we're so close to this ratio, though. Maybe I should just build it at this scale, build it to take 20 salt a second, and then figure out where to put more. If we're going to get a couple of salt mines on rails, then, like, I have a bunch of places where I'm doing salt as... sorry, I just hit the wrong button. Is that salt extraction the one? Yeah. Where we make salt from salt water, right? And I do that in a bunch of places for different material processing. So, like, if we're gonna get salt on rails, we can move away from, some of that. What is this? Why does this look like power, but is not power? Oh, this is making... Interesting. No bio... I have no biocrud? Ooh, that's bad. Okay. I mean, it's fine, because apparently we don't need the hot air, but we're not currently looping and reheating the gas, which means that it's all just going to go to the void. I have an overflow that like voids it somewhere. I forget how this works, but there is somewhere a way that all this gets voided. Or maybe not. Yeah, we come down to here. We have a buffer on it. It gets reheated. Maybe we don't have a void. Which means that this will just stop if it can't output, yeah, 100 degree C coke oven gas. So yeah, this needs biocrud. Interesting. I'm not sure why it didn't get it. I guess just with the base running more consistently, we have less stuff spoiling, so we're not pushing biocrud into here. How's hot air, though? Yeah, hot air is bad. And hot air is gonna be bad. Okay. Let's add this to the to-do list. Biocrud for hot air. Done. Well, not done. Ready to do. And we want to do salt mining. We want to do sodium hydroxide the new cool way. And we do want to see in the places that we're doing salt extraction, like, does it make sense to not just to reduce the demand on saline water? Because it does look like we need more saline water somehow. Basically, the way this base has worked is that we make a bunch of saline water, because I've got these two salt rocks right next to each other. And then we can use that basically as a way to transport salt in liquid form. I don't know if salt extraction is 1-to-1, but whatever. It's cheap. It's easy enough. But if salt is becoming a limiting factor, and especially if I'm going to need a lot more solid salt in more places, then we're going to have to switch to other methods. But it does seem like most of the time where we're using saline water, we're using it as saline water. We're only using salt extraction in a few places. I thought we were doing it more. So that being the case, we're going to have to find... yeah, we're just going to have to find some salt. And we're going to have to get it going. So yeah, more salt mines. Wherever I can... If I can find a couple that are near each other, that would be super cool. But I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, and obviously a lot of them are buried under the base. This one I might be able to belt down to, like, here. Couple up here, there's one up here. So yeah, we'll get a couple belts of salt, like, into the rail system, and then I can do a bunch of sodium hydroxide with the new method. And then we'll, as part of that, sodium hydroxide the cool new way. Make new hydroxide the main hydroxide source. change electrolysis to chlorine as primary output, hydrogen and hydroxide, Jesus, as... Okay. Double nickel and double chromium I don't actually really care about. We're not going to do those right away. I put them on the to-do list, but they're lower priority than everything else we've been working on, so... Alright, the big thing, though, is that without salt and salt accessories researched, we can't do what I was just saying. So I think we pull salt and salt accessories to the front, and then we figure out why research is stopped. Well, it's stopped for the same reason it's always stopped. Which is these things. Well, not sure why this stalled, unfortunately. It's hard to know when I come to it and, like, it's running. Like, it doesn't look like it would have ran out of iron plates. It looks like it's got plenty. I'm not sure why this was stalled, unfortunately. But once Salt and Salt Accessories researches, which is gonna take a minute, we should be able to do the new hydroxide, and that should get... I'm not sure that aramids are gonna run until then. I think hydroxide might be a little too screwed up right now. I'm actually worried that things are gonna fall over. You know, we're pulling a bunch of chlorine for Kevlar and for nylon, which is good and is gonna help with... Where did I do nylon? None of this looks like nylon. Still doesn't look like nylon. I don't remember where I did nylon. Ah, down here. Yeah, we're pulling a bunch of chlorine for nylon and for Kevlar, so that should help make sure at least that sodium hydroxide doesn't fall over. But I do think that without... Yeah. I mean, I could potentially increase our capacity here. Maybe I need to. Yeah, maybe I just double this. But I'm worried that we're not getting enough saline water, right? That's what I was just looking at, is the... God, where is it? Here. The salt mines. Like, this is always barely keeping up. There are other ways to make saline water, right? There's good old tar quenching, which is a mess, and I'm not sure if I trust it. Dealing with soot and tailings and flue gas is just a lot. There's gravel. There's stone. There's sodium hydroxide. Oh, sea sponges make a little bit of it. Okay. Yeah, salt, which is what we're using here. Yeah, and this is just more sea sponge recipes. Filtration stage 2 is Psi 3. Hydraulic fracturing technologies is utility science. Drilling fluid stage 2 is blue science. All right. So yeah, basically tar quenching is the other option, which spits out huge amounts of tailings, which makes me nervous. It spits out a bunch of flue gas, which, like, yeah, we have uses for, but whatever. And, like, the reality is, I have so much salt. You know, I just gotta make it available to the base in a useful way, right? So, I mean, I could set up a couple of stations wherever I can find one of these salt rocks that's nearish. Like here. Let's just get this set up with a salt mine. We'll do only 3 washers instead of the 6 that we have down here. And that'll just be a little more saline water. That'll be 50% more saline water, just like that. I think that's a worthwhile endeavor and won't take very long. And then that'll at least make sure that our saline water is not a problem for now, but like we do still then also need to be thinking about switching over to the sodium hydroxide recipe that doesn't make chlorine. Because then we can do water electrolysis purely as our like primary chlorine manufacturing thing, and that will be, I think, much more stable for the whole system. Again, obviously, we're gonna make chlorine from other things and whatever, but... So, it looks like I don't make salt mines. So what do I need to make this myself? Some fluid mining drills, jaw crusher, intermetallics, okay. I have fluid mining drills here, yes. Intermetallics, circuits, steel. And I should put them on the mall while I'm thinking about it. Not that I need, like, a ton of these guys, but it's always nice when I don't have to make stuff myself, right? We're playing Factorio here. Making things myself is always... It just feels bad. Just feels bad. All right, I think we're just waiting for these washers to show up from wherever they are. Bots are doing their thing. Waiting for one more. I have so many items requested, it's impossible to tell, like, which bots might have the washers that I need and which ones are coming with other stuff, unfortunately. Oh, we got it. Cool. Alright, so I was saying the one that looked easy to get to in the short term was, like, right over down here? Yeah, let's do that one. We'll do our road, like, right over here, because it's only 2 stations. So we're going to be... Hopefully we have enough landfill. That's the only concern. And the question is, does the salt mine fit? I lost the salt mine. And the answer is yes, the salt mine does fit. Okay. So that'll be fine. We don't want to build that just yet. So the hope was that if I take a trumpet and I build it... Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay. What if we do it this way? Also still not going to work. Yeah, that salt rock is just too close. The wrong spot there. If we go a little bit lower, it'll be fine. But then, obviously, like, we're building entirely on water now. I don't love. Oh, well. That's what we're going to do. If it's what we need to do, it's what we need to do. I am going to need to go get a bunch more landfill, though. That is undeniable now. Oh, actually, you know what? We got this thing that I made like a full-length station for reasons that escape my memory. So I think we can just do it right up at the top of that set of stations down there. I don't think there's any reason to do new stations now that I'm thinking about it. Or I mean, there'll be new stations, but they're old side roads, right? So we'll do a fuel drop-off. And fluid pickup. And then if we grab our salt mine, there, belt out, 3 washers, doing saline water. And these are each pulling in 5 a second, which is a bonkers amount. That's okay. All right, and then we're gonna have salt water out and fuel in. So let's get those routed. Let's do the fuel first. All right, that'll be fuel. And then the salt water itself. Come out this way. Doing them in opposite directions just to be as awful as possible to my future self, really, is what that is going to be. But I don't think we're going to have much to worry about as far as needing to use this space, so I'm not overly concerned about how we're plugging all this in. All right, that is 50% more saline water than we had before, which hopefully will be enough to keep the base happy. And I think, what time is it? Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. It's my dinner time. I'm hungry. So yeah, but this is good progress. This is really good progress towards circuits, getting more of the again Kevlar. I mean, aramids aren't running yet, but they will be soon. And then the you know, whatever comes next for red circuits is going to be, you know, after salt and salt accessories, just because I think sodium hydroxide is actually broken right now. But continuing the push towards red circuits is going to be so far, I've been pleasantly surprised with how reasonable all of this has been. So, let's find somebody to raid. Let's see. Does anyone I follow streaming? Let's see. Is anyone doing pie? It's hard to, like, actually search in the raid menu. It's really, truly awful. Let's see. If anyone has a suggestion, by the way, for anyone we could raid, I will also happily take suggestions. Otherwise, I'm going to pick someone streaming Factorio, and we're just going to jump in. Oh, here we go. I did find someone else playing Pyanodons. All right, let's jump into this person's stream. I have no idea who they are, but they're playing Pyanodons, so... Oh, no, they're not. Did they just drop off? Let's try this one more time. Is it just showing me stale data? Yep. Apparently they just ended their stream. We missed it. Okay. Let's try... Oh, I don't know. I'm going to pick at random someone who has not been streaming for a super long amount of time, because I don't want you all to immediately get bounced. Oh, High Speed's doing their speedrun practice. Let's head over to High Speed. That is fine. All right, and while the raid is prepping, thanks very much, everyone. Thanks very much to the YouTube crowd as well. If you're on YouTube and want to watch live, the link to my Twitch is down below in the doodly-doo. And anything you want to do to feed the algorithm really does help small channels like mine. So yeah, let's head over to high speed and see how the space age speedrun practice is going.